Divine Chaplain, let us please collectively say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father,
who art in
Father
heaven,
hallowed
hallowed
be
be thy
thy
name.
name,
Thy
thy
kingdom
kingdom
come,
come,
thy
thy
will
will
be
be
done
done
on
on earth
earth as
as
it
it
is
is
in
in
heaven.
heaven.
Give
Give
us
us
this
this
day
day
our daily
daily
bread,
bread,
and
and
forgive
forgive
us
us our
our trespasses,
trespasses, as
as
we
we forgive
forgive
those who trespass against us.
us. And
Lead
lead
us
us
not
not
into
into
temptation,
temptation,
but
but
deliver
deliver
us
us
from
from evil.
evil.
For thine
Thine
is
is
the
the kingdom,
kingdom, the
the power, and
power,
the
and the
glory,
glory,
forever and
ever and
ever.
ever.
Amen.
Amen. Please be seated.
Huh? Yes, okay. Okay.
We will begin this morning with the adoption of our minutes of the 10th of August 2021.
Madam President, I beg leave to move for the adoption of the minutes of the last sitting of the Senate held on the 10th day of August 2021, if I may obtain a seconder.
Madam President, I rise to second. Are there any additions, deletions, or corrections to the minutes? No. I think we have that the Vice President was in. She had sent her apologies. Okay, so unless there are any other changes, I move
Please
that
delete the name of the Vice President from the minutes. Okay.
the minutes be accepted as
You
presented
won't
with
move,
the
you'll put the
correction.
question. You put the question with your member.
Okay.
You're the chair. Okay, I move that the minutes as amended be accepted and adopted by the Senate. May I
All
have a
those in
seconder?
favor?
May I have a seconder?
All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The minutes are accepted as presented with the correction.
Thank you.
Motions for leave of absence, leave to resign, swearing in of new senators, communications by the president, messages from the governor general, messages from the House of Assembly.
Message from the House of Assembly.
You passed the resolution. Does he pass the resolution?
Bahamas number 76. Message to the Honorable the President and the Honorable members of the Senate from the Speaker and representatives of the Honorable House of Assembly. The House of Assembly acquaints the Honorable the Senate that they have agreed to the following resolutions and desires the consent of that Honorable Chamber, namely, now therefore be it resolved that this House, A, approves the continuance in force of the proclamation made on the 14th day of May 2021 until the 13th day of November 2021. B, affirms the continuance in effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic management and recovery regulations 2021 made on the 14th day of May 2021 until the 13th day of November 2021. C, affirms the continuance in effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic management and recovery number 2 order 2021 made on the 22nd day of June 2021 until the 13th day of November 2021. And D, affirms the continuance in effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic management and recovery special provisions order 2021 made on the 16th day of May 2021 until the 13th day of November 2021. House of Assembly, Nassau, 11th August 2021. House of Nation, Speaker.
May the documents be brought up.
Uh-huh.
The documents still are laying of documents by ministers, communications by ministers.
You want me to do a communication on this issue? Yeah, okay. Madam President, I wish to beg leave to make a communication that's non-controversial, addressing a matter of public importance, which arose yesterday with an interpretation of the report of the Auditor General on the question of the disclosure of the beneficial ownership information of companies awarded contracts pursuant to an International Monetary Fund $250 million loan facility, in respect of which some $60 million would have been comprised within the awards of these contracts. And the question is, the Ministry of Finance having it being a term of the lending, that the beneficial ownership information must be published. The question of why that may not have happened at the time or before this report was prepared. And I just wanted to read what the Auditor General said first, before I bring closure to this matter in a very positive way, in my view. The Registration of Beneficial Ownership Law was enacted by the Register of Beneficial Ownership Act 2018. The Act applies to all companies deemed a legal entity existing in the Bahamas under the Companies Act or the International Business Companies Act. And there have been 3 amendments to it to add other corporate entities and other powers to the Act. Now, it states, from the Ministry of Finance Legal Unit, Summary of Beneficial Ownership Disclosure. Under existing legislation, authorization does not exist for any authority for the disclosure, publication of beneficial ownership information in relation to the tendering process, especially if no prior consent to disclosure is given. It is suitable to publish the name of the company awarded a government contract and publicly available information like its register of shareholdings. And then there's reference to the Data Protection Act. Similarly, as for the Register of Beneficial Ownership Act, which must be noted is a private register, we do not have a public register, okay? It is only accessible by limited designated persons under Section 12 of the Register of Beneficial Ownership Act. A search of the register cannot be executed unless it is in relation to a proper and lawful request in compliance with the designated persons governing legislation. Access in any other circumstance is an offense. To publish this information would amount, in light of those laws, to publish the information in light of the law as it stands today would amount to a breach of an individual's common law rights to privacy and confidentiality. Let me say that our Register of Beneficial Ownership law was designed based on the nature of the way we do business in the Bahamas, in terms of our financial services sector in particular, but also in terms of the generality of what our law permits in terms of company and corporation. It is for the basis, on the basis of confidentiality. And quite frankly, there's a common law right that every person, including legal persons, enjoy at common law, meaning in the ordinary law without absent a statute, to confidentiality of their business and private affairs. The law was drawn in a way that was benchmarked against similar laws throughout the world. Now, we know that Great Britain and some countries in Europe have moved to a publicly available register of beneficial ownership. That is not the international norm. And the Bahamas went with the international norm, which was to have a register of beneficial ownership sufficiently agile and sufficiently correct to assist law enforcement and regulatory agencies to properly manage and to prevent the abuse of common law privileges, of confidentiality, etc., by criminals. That was the whole point, is to prevent the abuse of the system by criminals. So that our Register of Beneficial Ownership Act strictly limits the authorities who may request and receive a search. And request is under Section 12 of the Act. And request and receive the benefits of a search for the purpose of administering an international treaty or arrangement that they are party to. The Ministry of Finance, unfortunately, was not included as an authority on the matter. And as I indicated in the statement that I put out last night, the law will be amended. And I'm happy to inform the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and to confirm to my distinguished colleague, the Minister of State and Finance, and to the Bahamian people, that it is a matter that can be addressed forthwith by way of regulation, because under the Register of Beneficial Ownership Act, Section 70, the minister may make regulations with respect to anything required to be carried out in this act or anything required to be prescribed with respect to the act, including D, the specification for the accessibility of the secure search system. Under that clause, the minister is able by regulation to add the Ministry of Finance to the list of authorities entitled to apply for and receive the search results of the search of the register to obtain beneficial ownership information and then to deal with it according to law. And under the Register of Beneficial Ownership Act, any authority that has international obligations is able to comply with them. And that is in Section 12, subsection 8. A search conducted under subsection 6 shall not be executed without certification that the request for the search is proper and lawful and in compliance with the legislation governing the affairs of the authority making the request and any international agreement administered by it. So, under the Act, as worded, all that is required, and the minister has power to do so, to regulate the accessibility of the system, is to designate the Ministry of Finance as the appropriate, as an authority able to get that, and then to perform its international obligations. So this will only take the preparation of regulation, the signing of the same by the substantive Minister of Finance, and the gazetting of it, and that can take place all within 24 hours or less. And so I've already had discussions with Law Reform Commission. They accept my interpretation of the powers of the minister and are drafting the regulation as we speak. So the point is that I can affirmatively say that the Ministry of Finance, in a matter of less than 24 hours, will be in a position to fully comply with its international obligations. Now, this does raise one issue, which is this. Legal officers and technical officers, when asked for their advice, will give the unvarnished advice of what the law is. And they were correct in that advice. Absolutely correct. But when it gets escalated to the policy level, it is at that point that the policy level is able to say, well, hold on a second. Is there some way that this bill can be lawfully adjusted to allow for compliance with an international obligation? And so that is what occurred over the last 24 hours, that a matter that was purely a matter of technical advice as to what the law as stated today allows, which was correct legal advice. But when it gets to the next level, there's the possibility of the policy input and a policy review that goes beyond that to say, okay, we see there's something that needs to be addressed. Can it be lawfully addressed in the law as written? And I want to assure the Bahamian people today and the Ministry of Finance that it is capable of address and is being addressed. And the Ministry of Finance, in very short order, will be able to provide the necessary information consistent with its international obligations. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
Senator Thompson.
Madam President, I want to thank the Attorney General for his clarification on the law, as well as his undertaking to make the necessary adjustments so that the Ministry of Finance can comply with its obligations from the IMF, as well as the obligations and recommendations that were made by the Auditor General. I do, though, want to clarify an issue I think that was raised in the public. And I want to clarify that simply by referring to the Auditor General's report. The suggestion, I think, that has been put out there is that the Ministry of Finance or that the government has not provided information with respect to the companies that got contracts under this loan. And I want to read specifically what the Auditor General said, because I think the public really should know specifically what the Auditor General said. And we find that, Madam President, on the report, the Office of the Auditor General report, and we find that on page 13 of the report. And he says, the heading, Suppliers of Work and Services, COVID-19 listing. We were provided with a listing of suppliers of work and services that receive payments for the delivery of goods and services related to COVID-19. He said requests were made for the beneficial ownership of these business entities. However, the same is pending. He didn't say it was refused. He said the same is pending. And then he goes on in the very next sentence to say, reference is drawn to the law in the Bahamas governing beneficial ownership, in that confidentiality, access, and use of the information is legislated. And he refers to Appendix 2, which is the very same appendix that the Attorney General spoke to in terms of the limitations that were placed. But let me be, and also on page 14, he then says, we recommend that consideration be given to addressing the beneficial ownership disclosure in terms of advancing and strengthening good governance. And we agree. And the Attorney General has just confirmed how the matter will be addressed with respect to disclosing beneficial ownership. I also wish to say that this government passed the Procurement Act, which comes into effect on the 1st of September. In that Procurement Act, it makes it clear, Section 61A makes it clear that the Ministry of Finance has the ability to disclose the beneficial ownership in those circumstances where it is an obligation put on it, an international obligation put on it. In the same with respect to what has happened here, where there was an international obligation put on it. So there are two things happening. First, the Beneficial Ownership Act, as the Attorney General said, is being adjusted to give the ability to disclose, and then the Public Procurement Act comes into effect, which also gives the obligation and the ability for the Ministry of Finance to also disclose in those circumstances. So, Madam President, we intend to, as the Attorney General said, we confirm with what he says, that adjustments will be made, and we intend to comply with our obligations and to comply with the law with respect to disclosure.
The chair recognizes.
Thank you so much, Madam
Senator
President.
Garba.
Thank you so much. I want to thank the Attorney General for clarifying what is already in the public domain, and to say that we look forward for the adjustment in the regulations to take place as soon as possible, because we on this side have a keen interest to know, and the Bahamian public have a keen interest to know who these beneficiaries or these individuals who receive these contracts. It's very important to us, and I believe that it's important to you as the government to demonstrate to the Bahamian people that there was no oversight of the law or there was no ill intent. And I do listen to the Minister of Finance because it's already out there. There's an article in one of the dailies indicating that you don't need to hide behind the law. Just let's make it transparent. And let me finish. You're going to have it. And then the fact that the issue of the Public Procurement Act, which will take effect as of September the 1st. So we look forward for this information to be disclosed. Thank you so much.
Chair recognizes.
Thank you. I have two comments to make. First of all, I saw that article from a distinguished personage, comment from a distinguished personage in financial services, and he knows better than that. Okay, you don't. I understand what he's saying. He's saying fix it. I can say that. I agree with him. That's my view. That's my view from the beginning. But you do not disregard the law and then say you fix something. Because in disregarding the law, you signal to every single person that you want to come here on the basis that we have a lawful jurisdiction. You tell them that, no, we're not a lawful jurisdiction. And that when the pressure on, you're going to do something unlawful just so you could say you did it. I urge my friend, he's my friend, to reconsider the way, and I think, and I'm going to give him the benefit of his doubt,
Please do.
that the press sometimes take the most egregious or headline-grabbing interpretation of words, okay? And then create a headline, right? Just don't worry about the law, just fix it sort of thing. No, I'm sure that he didn't say that. But words may have been interpretable as having said that. The last observation I make, and this is not a criticism of anybody, most particularly my good friend, the esteemed Auditor General, but the Minister of State was very clear that, and it was stated that the company names were supplied to the Auditor General, and it was open to the Auditor General to have listed those companies in his report, but he didn't. Let me say that this is a small country, and everybody know who in the business. And you only need to see the name of that company, and you know who the beneficial owner is. At least all of your competitors do. And if your competitors do, it won't be long before everybody knows. So, but that's only an observation. It is his judgment, it's his report. He has the constitutional authority, and they did it the way that he felt perhaps complied best with what he was told the law was. So I don't criticize him for it. But I do say that had he done so, everybody would have known who owned them anyhow. But that's not the point. The point is we have an international obligation. We intend fully to meet it. The law can be adjusted. It can be amended by regulation. It will be done within the very short order. But I thank you for your good hopes that we will be successful in this endeavor and that the information will be provided. And I want to say one last thing, just to confirm this point, that this was not a matter of policy meaning. It was not a matter of politicians deciding, pull the plug on that. That is purely a technical matter going on at a different level of interaction between ministries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senators. Communications by Senators. Questions, answers to questions. Presentations of petitions. Appointment of select committees. Reports of committees. First reading of bills. Second reading and committal of bills.
None.
Committee of the whole, third reading and passing of bills. Consideration of House amendments.
None.
Resolutions.
Madam President?
Yes, sir. Chair recognizes Senator Bethel.
Thank you. I don't know. I don't suppose I need that. Thank you. That's okay. Thank you. Madam President, I now beg leave to move the following resolution, which resolution has already been passed in the other place, as we were informed. Thank you very much, Ms. Lightburn. Whereas, I now wish to move this resolution. As I indicated before I did the short form, I will read it in its entirety today. Whereas, pursuant to Article 29(1) of the Constitution, the Governor General may make a proclamation of emergency declaring that a state of public emergency exists in the Bahamas for the purposes of that article. And whereas the Governor General made a proclamation of emergency due to the existence of COVID-19 in the Bahamas on the 14th day of May, 2021, hereinafter the proclamation. And whereas Article 29(4) of the Constitution provides that a proclamation of emergency ceases to be enforced at the expiration of 14 days after the day on which a proclamation is made, or after such longer period as may be provided under Article 29(5). And whereas Article 29(5) of the Constitution provides that a proclamation may continue in force for a further period beginning on the date it would otherwise expire, if at any time while the proclamation is in force, a resolution is passed by each House of Parliament approving its continuance in force for a further period not exceeding 6 months. And whereas Parliament by resolution passed on the 17th day of May 2021, whereas Parliament by resolution passed on its 17th day of May 2021, continued the proclamation in force until the 13th day of August 2021. And whereas, having regard to the sustained proliferation of confirmed cases of COVID-19 and the number of deaths continuing to result therefrom, the state of public emergency continues in the Bahamas and is likely to do so beyond the 13th day of August 2021. And whereas, pursuant to Section 3(1) of the Emergency Powers Act, Chapter 34, hereinafter the Act, the Governor General made the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Management and Recovery Regulations 2021 on the 14th day of May 2021. And whereas, Section 3(3) of the Act further provides that emergency regulations may empower such authorities and persons as may be specified in the regulations made by the Governor General to make orders and rules for any of the purposes for which such regulations are authorized by the Act to be made, and may contain such incidental and supplementary provisions as appear to the Governor General to be necessary or expedient for the purposes of the regulations. And whereas the Governor General, in the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Management and Recovery Regulations 2021, empowers the competent authority to make such orders and rules. And whereas the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Management and Recovery Order 2021 and the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Management and Recovery Special Provisions Order 2021 were made by the competent authority on the 16th day of May 2021 and extended to the 13th day of August by the resolution passed by Parliament on the 17th day of May 2021. And whereas it continues to be necessary and expedient for securing the public health, public safety, the defense of the Bahamas, the maintenance of public order, the suppression of mutiny, rebellion, or riot, and for maintaining goods, supplies, and services essential to life and to the well-being of the community, to continue in force the proclamation, the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Management and Recovery Regulations 2021, the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Management and Recovery No. 2 Order 2021, and the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Management and Recovery Special Provisions Order 2021. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this House, A, approves the continuance in force of the proclamation made on the 14th day of May 2021 until the 13th day of November 2021. B, affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Management and Recovery Regulations 2021 made on the 14th day of May 2021 until the 13th day of November 2021. Affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Management and Recovery No. 2 Order 2021 made on the 22nd day of June 2021 until the 13th day of November 2021. And D, affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Management and Recovery Special Provisions Order 2021 made on the 16th day of May 2021 until the 13th day of November 2021. Madam President, I move that this resolution be approved by the Senate, and in doing so, I make a few brief comments, and let me start off with the most significant. The eagle has landed. As of this moment, the Most Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Hubert Minnis, has concluded his remarks welcoming the arrival of 127,000 or 28,700 Pfizer BioNTech vaccines in the Bahamas, the first tranche of a series of 3 tranches over the next 2 months, which by the end of October will have delivered to the Bahamas 397,000 plus Pfizer vaccines against the COVID-19 disease. I would first of all like to, on behalf and in this place of all senators and the government and the people of the Bahamas, to thank the Biden administration for the leadership that he foreshadowed and is now delivering upon at the recent G7 meeting, where, as a result of the United States leadership, the G7 committed to the donation of more than 2 billion doses of vaccines to less developed countries around the globe. And today, we in the Bahamas and our brothers and sisters elsewhere in the Caribbean region, most specifically the 15 member nations of CARICOM, are, if not today receiving, are on the verge of receiving this week similar tranches of Pfizer BioNTech vaccines throughout the member nations of CARICOM. From the documentation that I've seen, there's a special arrangement for Haiti, which is a member of CARICOM, but because of the peculiar situation afflicting that country at this time, for which, of course, we all grieve, and that we trust will be speedily resolved in a civil and democratic manner, and that the country can return to a greater sense of political stability and normalcy, that they're making specific arrangements for Haiti. So all of the countries in CARICOM are going to benefit from this tremendous beneficence of the United States of America and the Biden administration. So, senators, I think we owe them a rousing round of applause. Say thank you. This also would not have happened without the assistance of my legal officers, but without the leadership of the Most Honorable Prime Minister. I can tell you that the Prime Minister has been relentless in his efforts, using every means at his disposal. And so today, as a red letter day for the Bahamas, a red letter day for a Prime Minister committed to delivering to the Bahamian people. And so I say to my brothers and sisters throughout the length and breadth of the Bahamas, it's here. There's no excuse. It's your choice. But on my recommendation, choose wisely, choose the vaccine, choose life. What more can be said? With the advent of the vaccines, now we're looking at hundreds of thousands of doses, minimum of 200,000. We're supposed to get some Johnson & Johnson by virtue. And you see, this is what a government that is working all angles. We also joined with all countries in the African Union, together with our CARICOM brethren. And we joined into a special purchasing arrangement with them with the Johnson & Johnson, and we will be getting 40,000 additional Johnson & Johnson vaccines in short order as well. We now have the capacity to reach herd immunity in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas by virtue of vaccination. And every scientific journal that I am aware of says that vaccination is the best way to achieve herd immunity, that persons who may believe, oh, well, I had the disease, so I'm immune. That is not so. The immunity, the natural response, the naturally created antibodies diminish with time, and reinfection is much more possible than with the vaccines. And in addition, the vaccines have another proven benefit that should someone become infected for the first or second time, because they may have had it before they got the vaccine, the symptoms are greatly reduced. The chances of hospitalization is greatly reduced. The chance of death is greatly reduced to a minuscule percent. So, brothers and sisters, it's for you to decide. But we can do it together in the national interest. We want this economy open. We want Bahamians back to work in their offices. We want people not to have to look over their shoulder every time they see a stranger. We can do it, Bahamas. Let's all take the jab. Let's make it better again in the Bahamas as soon as possible. And with the aggression and the focus of this Prime Minister, I can assure you, he said that the Pfizer vaccines will be deployed as of Monday coming. And we don't half step. We have the capacity to store millions of vaccines now in Nassau and Freeport. And we have 15, I believe it is, small portable freezers that are able to take up to 9,000 vials to every family, island, rock, and key in this Bahamas. That all Bahamians who want a vaccine can get a vaccine. Thanks be to God for his never-ending mercies towards this beautiful country and our wonderful people. And by God's grace, we will defeat this horrific infestation that afflicts not only us, but the entire globe, by God's grace. Now that we have these vaccines and the commencement of a system of mass vaccinations, now is the time when a responsible government can take a step back and say that we do not need the full plenitude of powers. We do not need all of the extremely effective powers that an emergency declaration or proclamation gives. We can move to a system under the Constitution because with vaccinations, mass vaccinations, we have greater ability to manage problems as they may occur on a basis that is reasonably justifiable in a democratic society under the Constitution. With the emergency powers, at the advent of this COVID pandemic, we were fighting an unknown enemy with unknown capacity. And remember, we only had 1 or 2 cases. It was a matter of days after the first case was diagnosed. And because we were faced with this challenge, and bear in mind, there's been 3 surges throughout this period. We utilized that, and quite frankly, also because the Health Services Act is utterly unusable for these purposes. And believe me, the opposition would know. We looked closely at it. We even drafted some draft orders. But the problem with the Health Services Act I'll tell you now, well, is that you can only make regulations to better implement the provisions of the Act. The Act was passed in 1914. The concept of international air travel or tourism, or even tourism by boat, was not within the contemplation of anybody at that time. I think the first flight was only is in 1911. So it's 3 years after the first flight. So the concept of air travel didn't even arise. The ability in the Act to restrict movements, which the minister has, is limited in restricting movement from a place declared to be an infected place to any other part of the Bahamas. So no provision of the Act dealt with entry into the Bahamas. No provision of the Act dealt with flying or any concept of flying. So it's impossible by regulation to create circumstances not within the specific provision of the Act, because his power is limited to what is provided for in the Act. And that was the great problem, is that we looked very closely at the Health Services Act, but it could not, even in the general power to make regulations, because that power was limited to the minister better implementing the provisions of the Act, none of which spoke to international travel. So it would have imperiled any order made for the health travel visa. It would have imperiled any order made to restrict international travel into the Bahamas during the height of the pandemic in those early months when, as you would recall, the Bahamas closed its airspace, except for specially exempted flights. And all of these would have been in danger of being overturned on a legal technicality. But it's a powerful legal technicality, because the ability to legislate by what they call subsidiary legislation or regulations is a power to change an act of Parliament without going to Parliament. And therefore, it is very strictly construed. The minister can only legislate by subsidiary legislation to change an act of Parliament in strict accordance with the terms that Parliament has given him power to do so. And so that was the problem with the Health Services Act. Okay, there's no provision that dealt with international travel whatsoever, particularly air travel. So we drafted this bill as a bill that will serve not only for the COVID-19 pandemic, but for any future pandemic that should ever occur. Any unknown pathogen or disease that pops up somewhere can be accommodated in this enactment. It allows us to pass the same rules, essentially, and the same orders, essentially, that would have been done by the competent authority will now be done by the minister. But these rules and orders will be subject to constitutional survey, if you will, constitutional limitations. They must be reasonably justifiable in the circumstances. And that's summarized in the word proportionate. They must be proportionate to the threat posed. Now, going back to the emergency orders, we were facing something unknown. The competent authority made hosts of regulations and rules that were designed to be prophylactic, to prevent an unknown thing from occurring. And you saw that every time we dropped our guard, as occurred in January, I think, in July of 2020, when we thought it was all okay and we allowed travel, boom, we had a massive second surge. It's just, I mean, it boggled the mind, just out of nowhere. And as we came here, I want people to remember that well before the viruses, the vaccines were actually first delivered, they were first delivered in December. Well before that, around June and possibly earlier, scientific community was detecting the emergence of these variants. So I don't want anyone to say the vaccine caused no variant, because the Delta variant was around since June or so of 2020, long before the first vaccine was administered to anybody. And there were other variants. There was one that popped up in South America. I won't say the country. So we know that Delta came from the east, and there's one coming from the south. And now there are no less than 7 variants. So really, as we were coming towards this, and when we did the last extension, we had every reason to believe all our numbers were down. Hospitalizations were down. New daily infections were down. We had every reason to believe that come August, we could allow the framework to go. And then we got what appears to be some kind of variant. And we are where we are. So I say to the Bahamian people, you know where you are. And come November, those emergency orders will go. And before then, after due consultation and input, this will be the legal framework that will govern us. What I want to say is really only a difference in the name. In this sense, the competent authority was always advised by the medical community, as this act now provides for, and always consulted with his colleagues in cabinet. The minister in any enactment means the minister in cabinet, meaning the minister in consultation with his colleagues. And this act also requires that he be advised by an advisory committee. On that advisory committee is proposed that there will be opposition representation and government representation, so that we would have both the politics and the policy that would assist the advisory committee in the shaping of its advice to the minister. But that means to the cabinet. So these orders, or similar orders, will, once this bill is brought into law, continue to mandate the elements that have kept us safe as a nation thus far. Mask wearing, physical distancing, hand sanitization, and there will continue to be the possibility of curfews where required by the situation on the ground. Now, the case of Maharaj against the Attorney General of Trinidad, as I had quoted in here before, said there may be problems if you just want to declare a national curfew without regard to the situation on the ground. That was a power that was enjoyed by the competent authority under the emergency powers. And it was desperately necessary because we did not know what we were facing or where it would strike and how it would strike. Now we have a better idea of what faces us. There will be powers to issue curfews in localities based on the problem on the ground in those localities. We feel that the powers set out in this bill are reasonable, they are justifiable, they will pass the constitutional test. Should they be, as a general statement, generally, now, how a general is applied in the specific may well be the subject where the courts would exercise their mind and say some things, and that is the right of the courts to adjust, to slap the wrist off, to limit exercises of power under our Constitution. So we expect that there may well be, once this bill is brought into effect, some challenges on the basis that maybe the order went too far or adversely affected John as opposed to Mary. And the courts will sort it all out, as they say. They'll sort it all out. And so I commend that to colleagues. Colleagues, I commend the resolution to you all and urge all senators to support it. I understand that the members opposite stood in opposition yesterday. And I do think that that is sad because what it says is that if even for one day they are prepared for there to be no law. See, you can't pass a bill in one day. You got a table, then you have to wait 24 hours, then you have to go to 3 stages, then they got to go to the other house, and they got a table, wait 20, so it can take you, let's say, a maximum of 4 days. They were prepared to stand and vote for a 4-day gap in any kind of legal requirement to be safe from this virus, because that effect is what would have been had the opposition in voting no been successful. We would have had at least 3 to 4 days where all whatever could have break loose, everybody, whatever the buck up could go, and everybody could have done what they want to do, and we would have no legal regime to assist people and guide them. This is what the laws are about, you know. At the most basic level, the laws are saying it's giving guidance to people. Because once people know what the rules are, 9 out of 10 Bahamians will follow them. But it is just, you know, that we have this situation of fatigue, particularly among younger people. And so you go to Iraqi any night, it's busting loose. So, Madam President, on those notes, I commend the resolution to colleagues. I hope that my colleague senators on the other side will think again, but it's for them to do. It is their right. It is their right to do as they wish and as they are instructed, because, you know, we are where we are. And so, colleagues, I commend this to your approval. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Senator Floyd, the chair recognizes.
Good morning. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I need to pay us the minister too now. Thank you, thank you. Take it off. Thank you. Don't forget that, okay? And I will always remember that, okay? I'm not going to forget that. Thank you, Madam President, fellow senators. Madam President, once again, I'm grateful to stand again in this honorable place, once again, by God's grace. But before I begin my contribution, I just want to convey my sincere condolences to the family of the late Most Honorable Arthur D. Onana, a veteran politician who fought majority rule, independence, and served this country well, having served in the highest office in the land as Governor General of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. He served with distinction and with a man of integrity, impeccable integrity. He has left his footprints in the sand. And like many, I think, and I know that he was a true architect of our Bahamanization policy movement. And let me just say, Madam President, with reference to the Most Honorable Adriano, shortly after he retired from active politics, we used to meet regularly in a watering hole up on top of Arkansas, many afternoons, and play dominoes. And it was at that time we became close because we found that we had something in common. You see, his father, like my father, was a lighthouse keeper. All right? And I forgot his father's name, but my father used to tell me all about Adriana's father. And I know that his sister Joan, who passed some time ago, when we was doing our MBA program, she always used to tease me and say, you know, she used to change I always say Pampers, but in those days we didn't say have Pampers, but we had diapers sometimes secret relief. Secret relief, okay? And so, Brother Anna, you always, when you see me, you just call me Sawyer Boy because we have something in common. His father, my father was lighthouse keeper. I think we were on Castle Island together. That's just off the tip of our Acklands. And so we had that type of relationship. We were friendly. And, you know, he was a very humble man. Always could speak to him at any time. All right? A fun-loving man, okay? I also, Madam President, I also wish to extend sincere condolences to the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, the Honorable Hiram Lewis, on the loss of his mother, and also to the Honorable K. Peter Tinquest on the passing of his mother-in-law, Gloria Strong. and also to His Excellency Maurice Moore on the passing of his dear wife, Sandra, and to the family of Miss Lolita Jackson, the owner of the renowned Reef Restaurant in the Oaks Field area. And I would miss Miss Jackson because many mornings when I used to go to, or Saturday mornings when I go to for boiled fish, she would be right there. She was the most gracious, kind, and wonderful lady. I most definitely would miss her. And also to the family of Miss Ulrika Davis, owner of Rosalie's Chicken Shack known as Diddy's. Uh, many, and each one of these, in their own right, has played a role in our nation. I did say Diddy's, yes, say Diddy's. Okay, I don't know why they call it Diddy's, but that's probably because the food tastes good. Uh, and yes, it was the best. And and my prayerful support is with the families and the families of all who have lost their loved ones during these past weeks. May their souls and the souls of all the faithfully departed rest in eternal peace. Madam President, on a much more joyous note, I would like to take this opportunity to say hearty congratulations to our two gold medal Olympians, Mr. Stephen Gardiner and Ms. Shanae Miller-Hubig. We are so proud of them and how they represented our Bahamas so well. I would like to congratulate the entire Bahamas team on the great job they did in Tokyo recently. Now, Madam President, to the matters at hand. As the paper said this morning, and as our Attorney General said a while ago, the eagle has landed. The vaccines are here. And I'd like to compliment the government and together with all his ministers and all the professionals who work along with him, all right? Their relentless efforts in trying to make sure that we get all the vaccines that is needed to make sure our population reaches that point where we don't have these trade restrictions no more, and also to stop wearing masks and whatnot. So I encourage all of us to go out and get the jobs. Make sure I get the jobs now. There's no reason, and in my opinion, to delay it any further. Madam President, several months ago, we met in this place to debate an extension to the emergency orders, COVID-19 2020. It was to be until the 13th of August 2021, with a view of ending the orders at that time. We were very hopeful that with the vaccination process, we would be well on the way to fully reopening the country and growing the economy. Yes, we knew we were headed in the right direction and we remain hopeful for brighter days. But this pandemic has not gone away. As a matter of fact, it has mutated into a more contagious strain now known as the Delta variant. And we are now seeing an increase in positive cases and hospitalizations, and sadly, in some cases, death. What is most worrisome is that many young people are getting the COVID. While we are happy to see the increase in tourists to our shores and the uptrend in the economy, we must not let our guards down. We cannot let our guard down. Safety protocols must be enforced even more rigorously as we are vulnerable and prone to the virus by the increased activities. As a people, we must protect each other. The COVID-19 has changed the world and how we conduct our businesses on a daily basis. We must learn to coexist with this virus in a productive way as we move to a new normal. Science and medical professionals have given us the necessary data to prove that vaccination works. We put our trust in those professionals. While the vaccine may not prevent one from contracting the virus, it certainly prevents the impact the virus has on your body. It prevents hospitalization and serious illness. Vaccination will help us to develop herd immunity and get us back to a life with fewer restrictions and no curfews. What we are now seeing is a very dangerous strain, and I said earlier, it's affecting young patients with hospitalization and in some cases death. We have seen the death of a 5-month-old infant from this variant. Madam President, many of the COVID deaths has touched many, if not all, families. There's not been one day I'm not saying condolences to a family member or someone I know who died from COVID, or I'm typing RIP, rest in peace. We must do whatever is necessary to combat this monster. We must take responsibility for our actions, and we must protect our family and loved ones. The entire world is under siege, and while many countries are making strides to fully open, and revitalize their economies. Many countries are still pushing towards herd immunity. Out of this pandemic, we have seen new businesses and young entrepreneurs emerge. We have seen businesses that were just dreams become realities. We have seen the creativeness and resilience of our people. Yes, we are strong people and we overcome challenges. We shall get over this. We must take the advice of the medical professionals and encourage our people to be more responsible in their actions. If we have no need to go, please stay home. Limit your contacts and follow the contract and follow the protocols. Wear a mask, sanitize your hands, practice social distancing, avoid large gatherings, and I repeat, avoid crowded places. Madam President, it is the government's hope to end the curfew on Friday, August the 13th, and open the country up. But like our sister countries in the region, we all have seen a spike in cases. We find ourselves reviewing curfews and restrictions in an effort to reduce the current surge. And as you know, our friends in Jamaica have just instituted a new curfew. Their curfew now starts at 7 o'clock in the afternoon during weekdays, and on the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, their curfew starts at 2 p.m. in the afternoon and ends at 5 o'clock in the morning on Sundays. Madam President, no one wants to have their movements restricted, but it is necessary. It is imperative that we win this battle with this virus and end this pandemic. While vaccination is not mandatory, I once again encourage those who have not already done so to please consider taking the vaccine. If not for your sake, for the sake of your family and loved ones. One more death is one too many. I commend the Prime Minister, the Minister of Health, team of medical professionals who continue to work tirelessly to protect us and save our lives. I want to thank all the doctors and nurses who have continued to work hard and long to save lives to care for our COVID patients. I know they are tired. You can see that they are tired. I know many times some of them want to give up, but I say to them, we appreciate you, we love you, and again, thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you. Thank you to your families for putting up with the long hours you are putting in for your people. I also want to thank the law enforcement officers who are on the road protecting us and making sure we follow the COVID protocols. I have many of our police friends say they too are tired. We too appreciate them for the hard work that they are doing. Madam President, this pandemic is a worldwide problem, not just for the Bahamas, and we must stop playing politics. We must show a united effort and pull all together to get our country back together. Madam President, in light of all that I've just said a while ago, I stand to second this resolution on the extension of the emergency orders COVID-19 for a further period to end November 13, 2021. May God cover us with his mercy, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Sawyer. It has been moved and seconded that the okay, that the following resolution, whereas pursuant to Article 29(1) of the Constitution, the Governor General may make a proclamation of emergency declaring that a state of public emergency exists in the Bahamas for the purposes of that article. And whereas the Governor General made a proclamation of emergency due to the existence of COVID-19 in the Bahamas on the 14th day of May 2021, hereinafter the proclamation. Now therefore be it resolved that these chambers approves the continuance in force of the proclamation made on the 14th day of May 2021 until the 13th of November 2021. Affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Management and Recovery Regulations 2021 made on the 14th day of May until the 13th day of November 2021. Affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Management and Recovery Number 2 Order 2021 made on the 22nd day of June 2021 until the 13th day of November 2021. and affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Management and Recovery Special Provisions Order 2021, made on the 16th day of May 2021 until the 13th day of November 2021. As many. The chair recognizes Senator Darboe.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Madam President, I too, on behalf of the opposition, would like to thank the United States government for the donation of the Pfizer vaccines. God knows we need them, and we look forward for the various government officials as well as those in public health to move swiftly to ensure that individuals who have expressed interest in being vaccinated will have access to these vaccinations ASAP. Madam President, it is a great relief that now we can all take a deep breath, knowing that this is the final extension of the emergency orders. The Prime Minister said it. I believe that his cabinet and himself have discussed it. And so the Bahamian people can rest assured that there would be no further emergency orders or the execution of emergency powers bestowed on the competent authority. I thank God for this long-awaited decision by the government and for another opportunity to stand to my feet to make my contribution to the final resolution that would, on passing, make way for the long-awaited bill that essentially would replace the emergency powers, which vested full power in the hands of the competent authority for more than 17 months in this fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. Madam President, we on this side have been calling for legislative reform that would allow us to more adequately address many of the country's public health concerns surrounding the management of this deadly pandemic. For months, the government said it could not be done, or if it would be done, or if it could be done, it could face complicated legal implications, and that was of great concern to the government. Meanwhile, other countries were able to get something done and moved away from these harsh emergency orders in order to fight these pandemics. This is sad because after 17 months, with this government's final hours of governance, the F&M administration now at this late stage seen it fit to lay the Public Health Emergency Preparedness and Management Bill 2021 for consultation, while asking the Parliament for another 3 months extension of the existing emergency orders. As far as we're concerned, this is shameful because the government could have easily laid this bill for consultation prior to the last recess, and we could have come back here today to have a debate and passing of the amended version of this bill, incorporating ideas from the opposition, civil society, medical, religious, and the business community, rather than seeking another 3 months extension, once again stripping us of our constitutional rights with little or no accountability to this Parliament. Madam President, this administration was elected in May 2017 with an overwhelming majority and given a clear mandate to govern by the Bahamian people. A short 34 months later, after a huge victory at the poll, the collective powers of this F&M government had been usurped by the competent authority, and he has reigned supreme in all his glory from March 2020 to August the 12th, 2021, and today he is seeking another 90 days. Since 2020, the competent authority has been endowed with more powers through these emergency powers than any other prime minister in the history of our Commonwealth. These powers were envisioned not to be extended beyond 6 months. And we've seen that they have been extended 3 times longer than envisioned by the Act. But 17 months was not enough for the competent authority. He wanted to round it off to 20 months. So now he's back to our Parliament asking, like Oliver Twist in The Tale of Two Cities, please, sir, may I have some more? For the past 17 months, our Prime Minister has made decisions and, in my view, acted as the sole authority, even though he claims that he consults his cabinet on the affairs of the country without any real accountability to this Parliament or the Bahamian people, and hardly a whimper from his cabinet and his political party. This is not what the Bahamian voters bargained for, but this is what his governance has boiled down to. And the vibration of arrogance continue emanating from him as saying, like it or lump it.
That's not so.
Madam President, what really hurts is the fact that over the last year, we could have passed legislation that would have allowed the much needed oversight of our public health care measures to fight this pandemic. But here we are today, literally on the eve of a general election, sending out legislation for consultation. And yes, no one is saying how long the consultative process will be. After a year and a half, you're just now seeing it fit to consult the Bahamian people. I say this is a total neglect and disregard to the Bahamian people. And this F&M cabinet and the government should hang their head down in shame for allowing the competent authority to run us up on breaks like this. This F&M administration must also take full responsibility for the predicament we're in today. And the multiple failures we have witnessed during this pandemic must be placed squarely at their feet.
We ain't caused the pandemic.
Until the government owns up to their mistakes, the Bahamian people will not take them seriously.
What mistakes?
Unlike the government, the Progressive Liberal Party has a plan for this country and the plan to fight COVID-19, and we stand ready, like many other Bahamians, to do our part in the fight against this deadly virus. We on this side have been bold enough to share our economic recovery plan and our COVID-19 10-point plan action, both which could be found on our web pages and throughout PLP literature in the country. With all of the power, this is what really gets me, with all of the power that has been vested in the competent authority, he has failed to use it effectively to protect the Bahamian people. His management of the pandemic has been so inept that the Bahamas trail in the region on every important measures of handling the pandemic. On August the 11th, the Bahamas has reported 300 COVID-19 deaths. This translates to 78 deaths per 100,000 residents, which is 60% higher than the Caribbean average, which is 47 deaths. With 4,016 COVID positive cases per 100,000, we rank 25% higher than the Caribbean average, which is 3,357. We have averaged 100 new COVID cases per day over the last 7 days, and our caseload has grown by 85% over the past 2 weeks. Our ability to source vaccine has been abysmal, and thank God we have the United States who have come to our rescue. While I'm thrilled that we have finally sourced the vaccines, there's information that we need to move swiftly because to date, 12 to 13% of our population has been vaccinated. Yet the competent authority and his cabinet continue to pat themselves on the back for a job well done. This reality truly fits into the scenario he gave a reporter some time ago while he was trying to justify the fraudulent Oban deal, and I quote, "It's like fishing from the moon. You throw your line out on Earth and try to catch a fish. No wonder the Minister of Agriculture, in his contribution in the last budget debate, referred to the deal as a rookie mistake by the most honorable Prime Minister. Madam President, this is the government who thought it important to take a 2-month summer vacation break from Parliament than to address the conditions of our health services of our country. In my humble opinion, they should have allowed Parliament to continue while we work out the dynamics of this bill that is being presented to us. But 17 months into this crisis, we are still relying on NGOs to erect tents to cover the deficiencies in our healthcare delivery systems. Have they ever stopped to consider how we would cope if, heaven forbid, was hit by another hurricane during this time or now until November? Where would these patients go? The impact of this third wave on our public healthcare system has proven that we are governed by an administration who is reactive rather than proactive. We should not be surprised because the people of Abaco have seen this firsthand in the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian and the way it was handled. This is the government who saw the need to create 2 new entities in addition to NEMA to manage the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian. They established the Disaster Reconstructive Authority, the Ministry of Disaster Preparedness and Management, and Reconstruction, and the people of Abaco and East Grand Bahama 3 years after the hurricane are still looking for relief. The dorm homes for Abaco seem to have been scrapped, but the material paid for by the Bahamian taxpayer is rotting on the ground in Abaco. That could have been dispersed by too many hurting residents in North Abaco who are still living in their residence exposed to the environment while a tropical storm is raging in the Atlantic Ocean heading our way. Madam President, we have heard the phrase that these are unprecedented times. But it is precisely in these kind of times that we need more than one man running this show. The collective intelligence of the Bahamian people and the insight of Bahamian professionals should be harnessed, structured in a meaningful way to ensure the well-being of our citizens. The time has come for doctors, nurses, medical technicians, person in the medical field to have a say in the way forward in handling this deadly pandemic. I contend that if this happened initially, rather than the creation of a competent authority that is comprised of one, I believe, and I sincerely believe that our COVID experience would have been measurably different or better. As a political organization, our leader, I want to say this, our leader, because I was there with him, reached out many occasions to the competent authority to lend our support in the fight against COVID-19, but rebuffed in the crudest way and saying that he is not listening to Brave. You will have your chance to speak, senor. You speak when it's your chance. I was there, so I know what I'm talking about. Were you there?
Yeah, we was there too.
You were not there. Just yesterday, Madam President, in the other place, the Prime Minister, in his usual mean-spirited way, wrongfully attacked our leader by saying the PLP have voted against health and safety of the Bahamian people. It's absolutely a lie from the pit of hell. His comments were later struck from the record by the Speaker in the lower chamber because he could not justify it. At no time during this pandemic or any time did any PLP, upper or lower house, vote against any health measures or well-being for the Bahamian people. This is a lie from the pit of hell and an obvious manipulation of the political process. But Madam President, let me finish, man. Give me a chance. Madam President, protect me. You will have your opportunity to speak. I will be respectful and listen to what you have to say. Allow me to say what I got to say. But Madam President, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I have come to realize that this is not about governance for the Prime Minister, it's about power. At the heart of this prolonged period of emergency powers is the desire to control without accountability. These are my beliefs. To quell distension and to quiet views that go contrary to what our competent authority wishes. We have seen repeated examples of this over the past year and a half. Contracts issues, which were not tabled to Parliament. Deficiencies, picking up time and time again, to the point where the United States government had to comment on the procurement process. And then yesterday.
Sorry. Point of order. I think that those persons such as the good senator who was on his feet, who want to refer to the State Department report should read it. It says, and it limits those comments to the period 2014 to 2016. Who was in power then? PLP. PLP in power. Read it before you come in here and talk.
The Attorney General is misleading this House. It's a lie from the pit of the heart. I am speaking.
Madam Speaker, I have it right here. Madam President, I have it right here on my phone.
No.
I could read it to him.
No, you don't have to read it to me.
Oh, you don't want the truth.
Reference to a report.
One
I
second.
made reference to a release.
You don't want the truth. You don't want to read the State
Senator
Department
Bethel
report.
stood on a point of order. Let him continue
State
to
Department
clarify.
said about us, okay? They said, and they limited their comments to the period where there was increased perception of corruption to the period 2014 to 2016 under the governance of the Progressive Liberal Party.
Madam President, that is untrue.
So now you're saying the report.
Madam President, the United States government made comment in a recent release indicating that the Free National Movement, who is perpetuating accountability and transparency, did nothing as it relates to where this release was done to make a difference. And it was dealt with this morning.
No. Point of order.
Madam President, here is the document. Go on.
Point of
I'll come to it.
Madam President, that is absolutely not true. In fact, the U.S. in their report indicated step by step what this government has done with respect to the 4 pieces of legislation. They commended this government in terms of the Procurement Act that is coming into force on the 1st of September. They also said that based upon what this government has done in terms of putting in place those pieces of legislation, that they will enhance transparency in the promise. That is what the report says.
Madam President,
Can I be struck with the record? He said,
I am speaking about a release that clearly indicated.
Produce it.
Yes, I read the release.
Produce it.
I don't have the release in front of me. No, you don't have the report in front of you. You're looking for it.
off the record, Madam.
Madam President.
Right here, Madam.
One minute.
President.
Point of order, Madam President.
1 minute.
Madam
Let
President,
I have
me
the
just.
report right here, Madam President.
No, lay the report. Lay the report.
Oh, if you can't back it,
Senator Darville, do you?
Lay the report.
Senator Darville, do you have access to the document of which?
Madam President, I do not have access to the document here. And the AG do not have access to the document. Present the document and lay the document on the table.
The Bahamas, here's what the State Department in their executive summary stated. The Bahamas,
What are you reading?
I'm reporting an executive summary of a report by the U.S. Department of State, which was issued this year.
What
Okay?
about the report?
The Bahamas scored 64 out of 100 in Transparency International's Corruption Perception Index in 2019, where 0 is perceived as highly corrupt and 100 is very transparent. So we are very close to very transparent and very far from being highly corrupt. This represents a slight improvement of the year-on-year score following a stabilization in 2018 and a marked increase in perceptions of corruption between 2014 and 2016 under the Progressive Liberal Party.
President,
Do you have something to add to the debate?
let me
Madam
respond,
President.
and then you
Madam
can
President.
speak.
Madam President.
Let me respond to the
Okay,
Attorney General.
let him respond to the
Please.
Attorney General's
And you will have your
comments.
opportunity, please. The report that I was making reference to was a report on climate change.
On climate change,
No, it was in the report. It was clearly outlined in the report. I do not have it in front of me. It was. It was in the climate change report. So the AG is not referring to the report that I'm referring to, where reference was made to what I'm talking about.
Madam
Now,
President.
I do not have the report.
Madam President.
I do not have the report, but there is a report. circulating.
Madam President,
Okay.
Madam President, my learned friend could talk about some climate change report. This is the United States Department of State's 2020 Investment Climate Statement on the Bahamas.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Madam President.
Not- no-
Senator Moss.
Madam President, thank you so much. It is very clear that the Senate officer used this platform, used this house to run on with stuff that he cannot back up. And I'm asking you, Madam President, the fact that he admitted that he has no evidence to prove, and the Attorney General and the Minister of State and Finance came with their facts and they shut him down. I'm asking you, please, to allow him to retract or
No,
correct
we
the
will
expunged.
give the senator the opportunity to provide documentation
And if you
of
can-
what he speaks.
And if you can,
Then it will have to be struck from the record.
Thank you very much.
Madam President, just like how the Attorney
Yes,
General
sir.
is on his phone, we're making reference to a report or a statement made by Eyewitness News on campaign finance. No. Let me finish. No, let me finish.
come on.
Let me finish. No, and it quotes.
Don't bring that foolishness here.
No,
Don't bring that
It
foolishness here.
says campaign finance system.
Don't bring that foolishness in here.
Leave vulnerable corruption according to U.S. investment climate.
And no.
Hold a second.
Stand it. Give me my chance, man.
Will you hold a second?
Madam
Give me my
President.
chance.
Madam President,
I'm
Madam
speaking to the
President.
Attorney General.
One
Sit
second,
down.
Madam
And
President.
wait your turn. And wait your turn, man.
Senator Moss,
Some
please
respect.
take your seat.
Madam President, the honorable senator just on the other side just pinned his comments about increased perceptions of corruption to the United States State Department's investment climate report. That is the report that I am reading from. And that report, and see, you can't talk about Eyewitness News because Eyewitness News would have read the same report, but omitted to report the dates that this increased perception of was occurring. And don't come with no Eyewitness News report that refers to a document and does not properly quote it.
Madam President.
Because the document they refer to and that you just confirmed is the same document that I am reading, and this document clearly says that there was increased perceptions of corruption between the years 2014 and 2016 under the PLP.
Madam President, retract.
Madam President.
Expunge it from the record.
Yes,
Madam
Expunge it from the record.
Madam
Expunge it from the record.
Madam President, allow me to finish.
It must be retracted or you need to have that
Please,
expunged from the
I am
record.
making reference
Oh, come on.
to my iPhone like you're making reference to your iPhone.
To an eyewitness.
I am referring to report where it says.
A report from whom, Senator Dowell?
it's a-
From Eyewitness News?
It's a written report in the business section dated August the 4th, 2021. And this particular report says campaign finance system and public procurement process leave vulnerabilities of corruption according to U.S. investment climate report. Resignation of 3 cabinet ministers under allegations of corruptions was cited. That's what I'm reading.
Resignation of 3 cabinet ministers.
No, I'm reading what I'm saying.
Point of order.
No,
I'm reading.
Senator Dowell,
Yeah.
Senator Thompson stands on the point of order.
Madam President, again, now we are getting and confirming that it is in fact the same report that both the AG and myself were referring to. And the report, the exact report that we are referring to, also says that the new Public Procurement Act
Yes,
that this government passes
has passed.
and has passed and will come into effect on the 1st of September provides the improvements to the procurement system. So they did say that there were challenges reported with respect to the procurement, but in the same paragraph they say, however, this government, this F&M government, has done the necessary and taken the necessary actions by passing the new Public Procurement Act. They made mention specifically that we passed the Public Procurement Act to assist in changing the perception.
To assist us, Senator, before you sit, are you able to tell us that report also included information that three members of cabinet?
It does not.
It did cite it.
Huh? It did?
It did cite
I
it.
haven't seen it. Okay.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Madam President, I'm reading what's in the public domain. And from what is in the public domain, it cites what I said. And it is of great concern to us, and the government needs to address it. Now, I did say initially when I stood to my feet, when the AG clarified what the Minister of Finance need and the adjustments associated with the regulations to make this happen is important. The reality is that this statement that I spoke of, it's in the public domain, and it is the responsibility of the government to address it and to address it immediately. What I said is what I have read. And what I have read is cited in the report that resignation of 3 cabinet ministers under allegations of corruption was cited in the report. I am not wrong by saying that because that's what was in the report. And because that's in the report, the government needs to justify what does this mean.
But there's a lot of things that can be in a report, but is there evidence? Is there clear
It's in the
evidence in
report,
our
Madam
country
President.
that 3 ministers of the government
I've been cited.
have been cited and
It is
and
in the
should
report
resign?
that they're making reference to.
Can you name the ministers who
I
were
don't
in the
want to go
report?
into naming ministers, but the reality is in the report. It is the government to tell us who the ministers are, not me.
Okay, so you are unaware of who they
I am unaware, but it's in the report.
Madam President, again.
Please get the exact quote.
Not close. I'm looking for it now.
Madam President, it was in the report, and I cited the report. Madam President,
Exactly.
that's not grossly
You
misleading.
need to retract your statement, right?
I cited what was in the report. The report, I do not have the report. The AG stand to his feet and speak about certain sections of the report. Madam, can I go on because the AG is looking at the report? AG, could you find that section where the
I'm
3
looking-
ministers
I'm looking-
were cited?
I'm looking for it.
No, what I'm saying is I don't have it. I said that initially, but I could telling you that I have recollection of what I read.
Madam President, I'm sorry. I have to rise. And I know the AG has called for a retraction, as have my fellow senators. But it is not for us to prove a negative. We can't look to a report which the honorable senator has not produced, read the whole thing, and then say it's not there. The public cannot see that. It is for him to produce the report and read from the report what he is saying. And if he cannot do that, then he must withdraw it.
Madam
It is
President,
as simple as that. No,
Madam President.
I'm still on my feet, good sir. I am still on my feet, good sir, and I have seen you demand respect from Senator Moss. Thank you. Thank you. Madam President, thank you, Senator Darville. I understand the heat of battle can make us all sometimes do things that we would not otherwise do. Thank you. Madam President.
I am. Go ahead.
As I would have indicated, it is not just a basic principle of law. It is just a basic principle that you cannot prove a negative.
I'm not asking to prove it.
You are asking us to basically say to the public, we have read the report and it's not there. In as much as you have referred to the report, it is not sufficient for you to look to a newspaper article. You must read from the report what you are saying or withdraw it. That is basic.
So at this
Thank you,
point,
Madam President.
Senator Dalvo, unless you can verify report-wise,
President, can I read the paragraph that the AG is having difficulty to find?
From the report.
From the report. From the
Thank you.
report. The report indicates that the government reported no new cases of corruption with the executive, legislative, and judicial branch in 2020. Nevertheless, 3 cabinet ministers resigned. Let me finish, man. I'm reading from the report. 3 cabinet ministers resigned in the first 3 years of the current administration under allegations of corruption, including the deputy prime minister, the minister of financial service, and the minister of youth, sports, and culture. It's in the report. It's in the report. Minister Thompson, you have the report, sir? You all make reference to what you want in the report, but not every aspect of the report. It's easy to cherry pick through the report, you know.
I won't get into that.
No, you shouldn't get into it because it's in the report. Okay, can we move on? Because
Yes, we
I
can.
don't think it's necessary to deal with this point, but I have to make it very clear. I did not have the report in front of me. The AG didn't have the report in front of me. He was able to read it on his cell phone. I was able to read certain parts of the report from my cell phone. No, from the report itself. And Eyewitness News did quote that aspect of the report correctly. Madam President, could I move on?
Yes.
Thank you so much. This reminds me, Madam President, of a song, The Games People Play. And it goes like this. No, I understand because I don't have that gift like you have from the great island of Crooked Island. Oh, the games people play now. Every night and every day now. Never meaning what they say now, never saying what they mean now. Madam President, with all the statements made regarding transparency, accountability, and trust in the speech from the throne in 2017, who could have imagined that the stewardship of this administration after almost 4.5 years in office would be about secrecy and self-interest? Saying one thing and doing another. You remember the VAT issue? The Prime Minister, who was then the leader of the opposition, who campaigned on openness and transparency, had held the Bahamian public and the media at contempt with an offering of the most unstatesmanlike response to the media to legitimate questions posed to him. We can do better. Bahamians deserve better. They deserve the respect of our elected officials. They deserve to know how our money is being spent. In these times, when many persons are sure where the next meal is coming from, and especially when our national debt is fast approaching the point of no return, we need clarity. It is time for us to get serious with governance, serious about managing this pandemic. No more shuckle and jiving. If only for the last 9 months of your government left or when the election is called. Let's get serious. Madam President, we in the PLP support all of our healthcare workers and those who continue to fight in the front line. And yes, we support the government volunteer program because we're all in this together. I know the Medical Council has contacted me, and I have volunteered my services, and I will remain and I will continue to do so if asked upon. Finally, Madam President, once again, I bring words of sympathy and extend prayerful support to families across our country who have lost loved ones from COVID-19. May God bless them and may God keep them during these difficult times. Thank you, Madam President.
the chair recognizes Senator Thompson.
I thought you said you was going to speak. Right.
Yeah, that's okay. You caused me up to speak more.
Talk, man. Talk, boy. That's what they put you here for.
I need. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam President.
No, I can look forward to you.
Madam President, before I get started into my substantive contribution, it is sad, Madam President, that we unfortunately have turned this very, very serious situation into a political football. It is sad, Madam President, that we have really a very, very serious situation confronting us. And yet we decide that we are going to throw out, all of these really nonsensical political arguments. And so, Madam President, I will attempt to bring us back down to where I believe we really should be. And that is, one, discussing the solutions to this crisis that we are facing. Because the reality is, there are so many out there who are suffering from this disease. There's so many out there who are in distress, and so many who are out there who are in real need. And the back and forward, the political back and forward that we are maybe going into in this place, Madam President, does not help their situation at all.
Not at all.
So, Madam President, I want to first start off on a very serious note. And I want to first start off by remembering those who were lost in this tragedy. And Madam President, I want to first of all offer my own personal condolences and our condolences on this side to the families who have lost loved ones during this crisis. Madam President, I have friends, I have family members, cousins, colleagues who I work with, who have all been affected by this tragedy. And they have all been affected by this crisis. Some are in hospital today, and some who have unfortunately passed away. Madam President, see, we cannot get so caught in the moment and so caught in the political debate that we lose sight of the human tragedy in this crisis. And we lose sight of the human reality in this crisis. Because it is easy for us to sit in this place and to throw our political jazz and to make our political points. But Madam President, those people who need us the most don't really care about our political points. They don't really care that you hitting somebody politically, and that I'm defending myself politically. Because all they really care about is how are you going to solve our problem that we are facing today. And so, Madam President, I want to just turn the debate a bit, if I could, to less about the PLP and what they do and didn't do, and less about the FNM and what they did and didn't do, and more about how do we solve the people's problem that they are facing. Because the people who have the problem are PLPs and FNMs. So how do we solve their problem, Madam President? Madam President, I'm fully vaccinated. I was the first, and I'm proud to say that I was the first to get the shot in Grand Bahama.
And while we are in this crisis, and I make that point to say this, that while we are in this crisis, the crisis is not the same as it was before. There is a drastic difference which changes the way we fight this crisis. Very few people, Madam President, we are advised, very few people who are infected and who now are becoming infected are fully vaccinated, according to the medical professionals, particularly Dr. DeLon Brennan, who made that report in one of our dailies. And I just want to quote what he said in the dailies. He said less than 5% of people fully vaccinated in the Bahamas have been infected with COVID-19. He also says that a fewer than 1% of recovered patients have been reinfected with the disease. That's what Dr. Brennan says. Dr. Brennan also said the last time we checked, there were no individuals who had been vaccinated who were currently being hospitalized. And I believe Dr. Forbes, Nakia Forbes, would have given some percentage in the realm of 98% of the people around that figure, about 98% of the people who are in hospital now with COVID-19, they are people who are unvaccinated. So, Madam President, they also indicated that at last count, and this would have been in early August, that he said at last report, no fully vaccinated person have died. And that again was according to Dr. DeLon Brennan, which is reported in one of our dailies. Well, Madam President, if we follow his trend, it then means that this is a crisis of the unvaccinated. And see, while we are going to be in our political thrusts and we're going to be attempting to down this one and down the other one, Madam President, the reality is we really should be encouraging and talking to all of those persons who are unvaccinated. And we should use all of our efforts, all of our breath, to focus on saving those persons who are unvaccinated. All of us should have been in here today with a unified message that if you have not been vaccinated, one, we now have sufficient vaccines in country for you to be vaccinated. And two, we are using all of our time and all of our breath to encourage you to become vaccinated. Anything else is a waste of time. Because the crisis that people are focused on right now.
Madam President, on a point of order. On a point of order. Yes, thank you so much. The point of order is that the minister, I didn't want to stop him, is actually misleading the Bahamian people. Let me finish. We need to focus our attention on every Bahamian, vaccinated, unvaccinated. I beg to disagree that this fight is only for the unvaccinated. The reason why is because the scientific literature is clear. Individuals who are vaccinated can also have breakthrough illnesses. So we need not to perpetuate, we need not to perpetuate the fact that we should not take our eyes off of them. Everyone needs to be in complete focus because the unvaccinated individual that's what you said? That's not what I heard.
Senator Dalbert, what is your point of order?
My point of order is, he said, there is no need to focus our attention on the vaccinated individual.
No, I never said that. No.
No, I was listening. I wasn't in the precincts, but I was listening. No. I am saying that, okay, if you said you didn't say that, then I'll take my seat. Madam President, that's what I heard.
No.
And I came in here to address that.
Okay. So you will have to withdraw yours.
No, what I'm saying is the minister is an honorable person.
Yes.
But I was in the precinct doing something and I heard him say that the battle and the focus.
No, well, you know, hold on. No, hold on 1 second. You're going to clarify?
Yes.
Or else he'll have to withdraw.
No,
his comment.
I'll clarify. And again, Madam President, this is not an issue that I wish to have any controversy over, you know.
No, please.
My statement was this is a crisis of the unvaccinated. That was my statement. And I said that I said that statement because of what Dr. DeLon Brennan said in terms of who is being affected
Mostly.
in the hospital, who is being affected by death. So I said the crisis is a crisis of unvaccinated. That's not a statement of controversy. That's what is happening in our hospitals. But Madam President, I actually agree. We all, vaccinated and unvaccinated, must continue to take the necessary precautions. So there's no fight in this. So there's no fight in this. There's no controversy.
No, but I think it's important. It is important for Dr. Darville then to retract your statement.
Accuse the minister of
because
misleading
of
the people.
your
Madam
statement
President,
that he
Madam
was
President,
misleading the public.
That was based on my point of order. Let me finish. No, let me finish because allow me to finish because I have the utmost respect for my colleague. And if my colleague stood to his feet just now and clarify what I thought I heard, I will withdraw the statement gladly.
And that's
Because
what
I understand the science.
And
he clarified it, and I'm satisfied with it.
Okay.
And I withdraw the statement.
Thank you.
Now that there is clarity to me.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That's all.
That was not a problem at all.
See, again, Madam President, again, I take this very, very seriously. And I do not want us to get into unnecessary, unproductive, political background. There can be enough time for us to get involved in that. And he can throw his blows, and I can throw my blows on the political rally field. That's fine. That's what that's there for. We can have our time for that. But my point today is we are in a very, very, very serious time in our country. And I believe the public is calling upon us to rise above the political fray in this one. And I believe that the public wants us to be politically mature. And that's the point that I was making, was that we should all be taking our time here to focus on how do we solve the problems that the people have and the people are facing. Madam President, my next point also is that vaccination is the key to fighting this crisis. That is what the medical professionals are articulating to us. Because the evidence is showing that if you are vaccinated, then you are less likely to be in hospital and that you are less likely to lose your life. And so if we want to continue to open up as usual and take the pressure off of our hospitals, then the key to doing that is for all of us to encourage each person to get vaccinated. And that shouldn't be a dispute. That shouldn't be a fight.
No fight.
And in my opinion, when we are putting forward pieces of legislation, and when we are putting forward the extension, that shouldn't be a fight item.
What's your opinion?
That shouldn't be a fight item.
Started out by saying it's his opinion.
Because, Madam President, there is no question that the intention of this government, when it comes to extending the emergency order, and when it comes to putting in place this draft piece of legislation, Madam President, without question, there is no ill intention, but the intention is to save lives. The intention is for us to assist when it comes to social distancing. So, Madam President, as I said, it should not be a dispute. But unfortunately, the other side has taken a different view. But I know when I stand up, and I'm speaking for myself, I know when I stand up and I speak to support the resolution, and I know when I vote for this resolution, I am voting for it because I believe it is going to save lives. And that's why I'm voting for it. Now, they may have their own reasons why they are not going to vote for it. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm voting for it because I want to be a part of the solution. You are. Madam President, the Prime Minister has said saving lives has been our priority. And we've said that from the very beginning of this crisis. And this crisis has changed shapes many different times. And you've had to adjust many different times. And you know, I've heard the comments about, oh, where's your plan? And how do you making decisions on the fly and this and other, in my view, ridiculous comments when, Madam President, there's no playbook for this. There's no draft of what is supposed to be done in a pandemic, especially a pandemic of this size and this nature. Every country around the world, everyone,
day by day,
is sitting around a table determining how they should move, how they should act. Just look at the CDC. Every week the CDC is coming out with a different report or a different recommendation. And what are governments doing? Based on what is coming out, they are making adjustments based upon what is coming out. But nobody is accusing them of doing things on the fly. Madam President, that is what this pandemic has caused us to do. We've got to be flexible. We've got to make adjustments. Because as has been said, there's no playbook for this. Madam President, we also have to balance an economic reality. And I know that there are some who are even saying, oh, we should lock down. There's some who are saying, based on what is going on, we should be taking even more stringent steps. But Madam President, there is an economic reality that we have to face. And that economic reality is, if you had a full lockdown, it would put us not in a health crisis, but it would put us in an economic crisis. And so, Madam President, that is why the Prime Minister has wisely indicated that we are moving away from these complete lockdowns and that we are making significant adjustments to curfews and making adjustments to social behaviors so that we can move away from the full lockdown. And Madam President, that is something that we on this side completely agree with. Since November, Madam President, of last year, the government revenue has been performing above projections. However, and I want to make sure and preface this and say, however, I caution us because even though we may be moving above what we projected, we are still spending a lot more on relief efforts. And so while you might be making more than you projected, you are still spending more. And you are spending, that spending, Madam President, is necessary because the spending is the thing that helps us during this crisis. The month of July was very encouraging. In fact, revenue amounts almost reached pre-Dorian levels for the month of July. Very encouraging sign in terms of the economy reviving, in terms of our tourism product coming back. And that is even more so, Madam President, why we should be focused on vaccinations and why we should be focused on shoring up our health care facilities. Madam President, the biggest sign of promise for our economy, in my view, took place today. The biggest sign for our economy and for the promise of our economy took place today. Because today, we are now able to say to the public that we have sufficient vaccines in country for all those who wish to be vaccinated. That is a game changer for this country. And Madam President, I also just want to quickly say a few words in terms of Grand Bahama. In Grand Bahama, vaccinations continue to take place. I want to commend all of those health workers in Grand Bahama, those who work at the hospital. They continue to have challenging times at the hospital, and so they are doing an excellent job of managing in that hospital, Madam President. We are at capacity when it comes to the COVID numbers at the hospital. And I'm also advised that there is also moving along swiftly those vaccinations at the vaccination center at the Susan J. Wallace Center. In fact, I was advised, Madam President, that they are almost to capacity when it comes to taking vaccines, because they indicated that they have 170 appointments, and those 170 appointments, I think, are completely booked, I think up until next week or week after next. And they take in walk-ins. I'm advised that they take in approximately 200 plus walk-ins every day. And so, Madam President, one thing that we are advising the public of is we are advising them to be patient when they arrive at the vaccination centers. We are advising them, Madam President, that the staff at the vaccination centers are doing the best they can. And we are advising them that the volunteers who are simply volunteering are also doing the best they can in terms of volunteering. And so we are asking the public that when they show up to the vaccination centers, that they exercise as much patience as they can in these circumstances. I'm advised also that the staff usually works from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. But given the uptick in vaccinations, they are actually working from 8 a.m. beyond 7 p.m. And so they are working above and beyond to facilitate as many vaccinations as they can. And I commend those persons who are working at the vaccination center, and I commend those persons who are working at the hospital in this difficult time. But Madam President, I take my seat by again re-emphasizing this point, that today really should not be a day when we are having and throwing political jazz. Today really should be a day when all of us collectively, because I believe all of us in this place have been vaccinated. I believe everybody here has been vaccinated. And today really should be a collective day that we thank God that we have sufficient vaccines in country. And then it should be a day when we collectively stand up and say, now that we have all of the vaccinations in place, we are encouraging everyone who has not been vaccinated to get vaccinated. Thank you very much, Madam President.
As many, the chair recognizes Senator Henfield.
Good afternoon, Madam President, fellow senators, fellow Bahamians. Madam President, I rise to add my voice to the parley on this resolution to extend the emergency orders today, August 12, 2021. As I've said in the past, this is Parliament. National leaders will disagree at times. The one thing we should always agree on is the safety. Thank you. Thank you so much. The one thing we should always agree on is the safety of our people. And you know, COVID, as I've said in the past, and any number of us have said, COVID does not care for anyone's political leaning. And our people need solidarity from our national leaders, more now than ever before. But I will associate myself with the position taken by Senator Thompson when he opened and continue up that path of nationhood and raising the debate. I am fully vaccinated, Madam President. My wife is fully vaccinated. My father is fully vaccinated. And I encourage those who did not want to take the AstraZeneca vaccine to register as of next week. And now that we have well in excess of 100,000 of the Pfizer vaccine. Where we are as a people, Madam President, is because of all of us. The responsibility does not lie or fall on any one individual. We all can do more, and we all ought to be doing more. Madam President, last year, long after the global travel had come to a halt, this is now in 2020, borders closed, persons now in lockdowns, curfews, social distancing, with just one variant. Just a year ago, COVID was still infiltrating and spreading throughout our countries. Fast forward to this year, this summer, there are now at least 5 to 6 variants. Borders are open. If we were concerned and cautious last year, I would believe we are even more concerned now this year with 6 variants and borders open. So again, I encourage everybody to do their part. Where we are today is not as the result of any one person. All of us have a role to play in social distancing, in frequently sanitizing, in wearing a mask, etc., and encouraging the persons who we interact with to do the same. Many of us would know, Madam President, in our preparation for debate today, that the total number of COVID deaths so far for 2021 actually exceed all of the COVID deaths of 2020. We are now in August. And if you were to look at the statistics, which I'm sure all of us are aware of, the number of COVID deaths this year far exceed all of the COVID deaths of 2020. And that is a reality shared in recent days by the World Health Organization. Madam President, since this pandemic infiltrated the Bahamas almost a year ago, the public ought to be aware that the Bahamas does not manufacture vaccines. We've not built any new hospitals or clinics. We do not have the capacity to isolate or treat thousands of COVID victims any given day or week. This is something we have to take serious. We have not built up herd immunity. We have not vaccinated half of our population. That is a reality. And again, the responsibility does not lie on any particular individual or party. We all have a major role to play. Every resident, every citizen, every visitor also has to accept personal responsibility for themselves. The private sector has to ensure employees and customers observe the health protocols. And every member of parliament and public figure has a duty to promote adherence to health and safety protocols. Madam President, I have found myself in recent weeks at any number of grocery stores, gas stations, and in recent days on vacation with the family in the country, in an environment where I see any number of persons not wearing masks, just interacting as if this is 2019, not social distancing. So where we are again today isn't the result of any one national leader. We all have a role to play, and truth be told, we have all fallen short of our responsibility to ourselves and to our people. COVID is not behind us. We are still in the thick of things, and I will support the extension today with some recommendations. Madam President, as it relates to the extension of the emergency orders, my intention is to speak on only three things. One being the local COVID statistics and the realities of many Bahamians. The second being what the global science illustrates for us. And thirdly, our decisions, why we are where we are and what needs to change. But Madam President, before I delve into my contributions, permit me but a moment to commend a few persons and draw the government's attention to one issue. I joined the Attorney General, Madam President, in publicly commending and expressing my gratitude to the Biden administration, the officials here at the U.S. Embassy, and everybody in our government, from the Prime Minister, everybody who has played a role in all the negotiations behind the scenes, the arrangements, the countless meetings, etc., to make this happen. I cannot fathom the sleepless nights and the countless negotiations and the exhausting arrangements for anybody in government or in cabinet. We have a tendency to place blame when something goes wrong, but the sacrifice that persons may make in the cabinet or in the health sector, we don't commend them for the work they do. And I express my commendations to the Biden administration and our cabinet for making what happened today happen. I would also like to pause and publicly congratulate Shawnee Miller, Weibo, and Stephen Gardner on pulling this country together last week. Yeah. You know, it's one thing to cheer for them and have all that Bahamian pride as national leaders and Bahamians when they won. But now what? We were all together last week. Gold. But now what? Will we as a people and as a government have the audacity and the gratitude to rename a major street after Shawnee Miller, who is now a two-time Olympic gold medalist? Yeah. Or will we say to her by our inaction, you are not worthy just yet? Madam President, I will speak to Articles 8 and 9 of the Constitution as they relate to her. I'm going to leave that hopefully for Senator Boswick Dean to pick up that fight. And I won't drive that home today. I'll leave that. But at the very least, Madam President, a major thoroughfare, a major road should be renamed after Shawnee Miller Weibo. Madam President, I went to SAP, and left to me, I would rename Village Road Shawnee Miller Drive. For the sole purpose of every time someone from QC is going to school, they'll be reminded that this is a soccer. Yeah. But that wouldn't be the right thing to do. But as the Prime Minister has announced, and I've seen the press release from the central bank, as we get ready to remove the Queen and replace the Queen on our $100 bill with A.D. Hannah, I publicly recommend that we remove Prince Charles from Prince Charles Drive and rename that Shawnee Miller Weibo Drive. Will we have the audacity to do something suitable for Shawnee Miller, a two-time Olympian? My last intervention, Madam President, is I pause to acknowledge persons like Ed Fields, Dr. Dal Regis, Barry Rasson, and the Honorable Member for St. Anne's, who have been volunteering, serving, and organizing the efforts at the vaccination centers now for weeks. I know. Sometimes when public figures, Madam President, or those aspiring for public office do something noble, it's just this coincidence that someone is always there with a camera and there's a press release afterwards. But not these persons. Yeah. These are persons who are sacrificing day and night just from their heart as Bahamians and for our country. And I pause to commend them and everybody else who is making that sacrifice every day without looking for any recognition whatsoever. But today, I recognize you. I appreciate you. I have been vaccinated twice, and I've seen those persons who are putting themselves at risk to interact with people who are not vaccinated, who could very well be carrying COVID. And these persons are making the sacrifice away from their families every day to make sure we are protected. So I pause to commend them, Madam President. Finally, if schools are to open virtually or in person. While I recommend and support schools resuming virtually, and I may have missed it yesterday, but if it is that they are to go virtual or open in person, I believe by now we as parents and the public and the people ought to know this week. You see, because when we prepare for back to school, if we know our children are going back to school, there's an expense that has to be taken care of. When I first came to this place in 2017, Madam President, I think in that first budget debate, one of the things I recommended was that we have a VAT-free back-to-school period in August. And I understand from the Minister of Finance that we are supposed to have one this August. Again, it is now August 12th. I may have missed it, but I don't know when that VAT-free week is for back-to-school supplies. It's August 16th, which will be next week. So Great Republic is hearing now, confirmed by Senator Morse, that will begin August 16th. So if we have to pay anything, we'll send the bill to Senator Morse. All right, so that is great. Again, my only other contention then with school is if schools are to reopen come September in light of the 6th variants and the increase in numbers, I believe we as parents and schools ought to know, as well as teachers, so that we can prepare and figure out what expenses we will have and what arrangements we need to make for our children come September. Finally, with respect to school, I was contacted in the last 2 weeks twice by the Baseball Association of the United States, who has reached out. The first time I indicated I don't know how I can assist. Again, in the last 2 days, they are seeking to donate tablets to persons in the Bahamas, as well as baseball equipment and gear. So if there's anyone listening that is interested, has a nonprofit organization that can receive those baseball gear from the association and tablets for the children. I understand the gear will be used, but the tablets will be brand new. Persons can reach out to me and I can put them directly in contact with the Baseball Association. Finally, Madam President, I move on to the emergency orders. As I commence my contribution on the resolution, Madam President, I'll begin with 2 quotes. One that illustrates disinformation and the other that illustrates realities. The first is the governor from Puebla, Mexico, Mr. Miguel Barbosa, I believe his name is pronounced. And he said, "We the poor are immune to the coronavirus." This is the governor. We the poor are immune to the coronavirus. The second quote, Madam President, comes from Melinda Gates. This pandemic has magnified every existing inequality in our society, like systematic racism, gender inequality, and poverty. One is disinformation, and the other illustrates reality. And the reality of COVID, Madam President, is that it has significantly impacted the poor and women more than anyone else. Whenever I am summoned to the Senate, Madam President, to extend these emergency orders, Madam Vice President, I see us in the chair, I always dig deep and do my research. As we say in the Bahamas, we dig deep. I am always in full support of measures to save lives and livelihoods. I've said so from March of last year when this health crisis first emerged. In my contribution then I said, this will be more than a health crisis. This will be an economic crisis. This will be a housing crisis. There will be a mental health crisis. And the list goes on. We are in the midst of a pandemic. And I fully support the resolution to extend the emergency orders until such time as we have something better in place, which I understand will be in the form of the draft or the bill that is being tabled for consultation. So as I open today, Madam President, I had indicated earlier that I would speak to 3 things. And the first being the local realities and the COVID statistics. Madam President, with a population of approximately 400,000, the Bahamas has had, up to today's date, well, up to 2 o'clock this morning when I was typing, about 16,000 persons that had contracted COVID-19. Unfortunately, we have lost some 308 persons up to last night. And that equates to 4% of the Bahamian population to have contracted COVID and less than 1% to have died. According to the data, as reflected in the New York Times yesterday, Madam President, Our country ranks the 22nd highest on the list per capita for COVID cases. That's just last week. And we ranked the 11th highest on the list per capita for COVID deaths. You know, and driving here this morning, I'm thinking of my speech and replaying what those figures mean. Yeah. And to some, they'll say, well, we don't have much cases. But when you look at per capita, it's like looking at your family and someone saying, my family, grandparents, parents, siblings, and grandchildren, is 20 of us. Another family says, well, our family has 100 people. If both families lose 10 persons to COVID, it doesn't hit them the same. One family has only lost 10% of their family with 10, but another family has lost half of their family. So when we look at these statistics and we look at the count, we may think, well, that's not much. But you have to look at this per capita. Per capita, in a country of 400,000 people, we're talking about 16,000 people who've contracted COVID. 308 that have died. 11th highest on the list per capita in the world for deaths just last week. So this is the local reality. Coupled with that statistical reality, though, Madam Vice President, thousands of Bahamians are unemployed. Thousands of Bahamians are underemployed. And there's a difference with unemployed. That means they're home, they're not working. Underemployed means that some workplaces think that you can come in for 2 days out of the week. But their rent isn't saying be paid for 2 days out of the week. Rent is still due for the month. The children have to eat every day. Light, water bill, phone bill, all these things have to be paid. And if they're talking about returning kids to school virtually, there's internet access to be considered as well. So the reality for many Bahamians, Madam President, is that thousands of our people are unemployed, thousands are underemployed, thousands are near homeless, thousands are going to bed hungry every night, thousands are near bankrupt, thousands are plagued with anxiety or depression any given day, and the majority of this country is going through COVID fatigue. The longest we've had to deal with anything in many of our lives. Madam President, the perception of many, which is their reality, is that the economic and housing crisis at this very moment are of more concern to them than the government's vaccination efforts. And I'm going to repeat that. The perception of many Bahamians, which is their reality. Our perception is our reality. The perception of many Bahamians is that their economic and their housing crisis right now is more important than anything else to them. A source of income, paying their bills, providing for their families, having a home. That's their focus. The majority of our people live paycheck to paycheck, and their focus is on getting out there to provide for themselves and their families, Madam President. Financially, Madam President, many of our people do not have it. The heartbreaking news this week for me was that there are 260 bodies in the morgue here in the province. And for those of us who know, the morgue has the capacity for no more than 80 bodies at any given time. And we're talking about 260 bodies in the morgue. And what it means for us as national leaders is that there are Bahamians who cannot afford to collect their loved one's body and funeralize them. That's the reality of it, you know. We are people who, we don't love funerals, but we bury our family members in timely fashion in this country. But the reality for many families right now is that their loved one is in a morgue because many of them just do not have the funds to bury them. Yeah. Madam President, many Bahamians have never been tested for COVID. And the reality for many Bahamians is that they don't have the funds to be tested for COVID. There's another reality that if I am tested for COVID and I'm working and I'm tested positive, I can't go to work. And if I can't go to work, I can't get paid. And if I can't get paid, I can't buy grocery, I can't pay my rent. So we have to find a way. And the talking on both sides, back and forth on what is the best route and who's going to pay for it, we have to find a way that testing can be provided for our people. When you make minimum wage, Madam President, or you work on commission, but an employer says to you, you are to pay for your testing every week. That's insult to injury. You're already making nothing. And if you to come to work to make nothing, you have to take from that nothing to pay for your COVID test. And there's any number of employers that are now doing that to their employees, Madam President. The second point I wanted to raise today, Madam President, is what the science shows us and what it directs us to do. COVID is an airborne respiratory virus. Everyone and every one of their pets know that now. Madam President, we have to be intentional and impose things that make sense and that are useful. That then mandates that we have a strategy, that we find, that we test, that we trace, that we isolate, and we support persons that have to be isolated from the community. Madam President, COVID can penetrate cloth masks, and people should wear appropriate masks and wear them properly. We must wear top quality masks when required to do so. We must social distance, and truth be told, with COVID, you cannot look at anyone and tell if they have COVID. And I do believe people should have a choice on whether to be vaccinated or not. I would never support mandatory vaccinations. But I believe, like I've said in the beginning, where we are today is as a result of all of us and each of us. We have to take personal responsibility for ourselves, our family members, our staff, our loved ones. Finally, Madam President, our decisions, whether informed or misinformed, have us where we are. A year ago, I was one of the persons that was all excited and happy in full support of the fact that you couldn't get an N95 mask, but that we were creating this industry for Bahamians to make cloth masks to be sold. But what the science tells us is that COVID can penetrate cloth masks. And the decision has not yet been made for us as a country, as a people, or as a government to mandate that persons either source the KN95 mask or wear the N95 mask. And I again would say for the record, a year ago, I was glad to hear that persons could go ahead and create a whole industry, a source of income in making these cloth masks. But the science tells us today, as it has told us for months, the cloth masks do not prevent the COVID particles, aerosols, from getting into you or leaving you. The decision to allow bars and restaurants to accommodate masses in small environments has actually sanctioned socializing. We are in a period in a pandemic when we need to social distance. But I've been driving around, Lord knows, my kids are obsessed with pizza every weekend, and I'm the one that has to go out the house to get the pizza. And if you see the amount of people on West Bay at the bars, and I'm not calling anyone's bar's name, but I mean, that's not 20 people, that's not 50 people, that's not 75 people. The cars are stretched down the road, the people are socializing, no mask. The staff are together at the counter getting the drinks and serving the drinks, no mask. You know, we're seeing each other and we're hugging and kissing and no mask. So the decisions we make have us where we are. Madam President, this may not be popular. And unfortunately, I've never had struggled with the issue of saying what's popular, but this is the reality. In the midst of a health pandemic, we also have an economic crisis in this country. I was on a page last week, and persons can go and look for it. It's called the Luther Forum. And there's an expat on the Luther Forum boasting of having paid for his work permit. And I thought to myself again, why are we issuing work permits at a time when thousands of Bahamians are unemployed? I know of one expat who left the jurisdiction earlier this year. The employer, a Bahamian company, is paying this man's rent in excess of $10,000 a month, a salary of almost $20,000 a month. He's left the jurisdiction, and there are two Bahamians now that were able to get that job. One person 10,000 is paid in rent, 20,000 in salary. That's 30 grand. He's now gone. The two Bahamians who have replaced that person, their total salary don't even add up to 15,000. So you have to really look at that. When we, in the middle of an economic crisis and a health crisis, have taken the position and made the decision that we will still issue work permits at a time when our people are unemployed, I believe that decision has an impact on our economic crisis. Madam President, a few months ago, the Canadian government, along with the European Union and a few other countries from Central America, the Caribbean, South America, organized a conference on disinformation. The Bahamas was chosen to moderate that session. I was then the moderator for that session with these world leaders discussing the impact of disinformation. I remember coming to the Senate the following week and sharing what I've learned in hosting the session and indicating at some point in time, we as a country have to move to criminalize disinformation, not misinformation, no. Disinformation. When people know what they're saying and putting out there in social media and these voice notes and these memes are incorrect. But it continues, and it is to the detriment of people. There are so many people who are not being vaccinated because of someone's deliberate disinformation. There are so many people who are out there socializing every given day because of deliberate disinformation. We are where we are because of the decisions we all make. We're leaders. And I say again to us as leaders, we ought to criminalize disinformation. It's not misinformation. You didn't know any better. This is disinformation. When you know what you are putting out there is false and is put out there to influence the public's perception and their actions. And it's being done every week in this country. Someone puts out a voice note, it goes viral. Yeah. And then there's a panic. Or there's this, oh, this virus will do this, or this vaccine will do that. And people believe that. And there's no repercussion. None whatsoever. None whatsoever. So again, I say today, Madam President, the failure to criminalize disinformation has led to widespread distrust, mistaken beliefs, myths, and inaccuracies to the detriment of our people. Yep. Madam President, I fully support extending the emergency orders until such time as we have the legislation in place. We cannot allow the emergency orders to expire without something better being in place. I commend everyone who has the audacity and commitment to put politics aside and think for themselves and encourage, first and foremost, the safety and well-being of our people and our country. We are a country of just 400,000 people. We are ranked today of the 11th highest in about 195 countries in the world based on our deaths per capita. 11th. A year ago, I stood right in here, probably sat on that side, and was boasting of how countries from around the world were reaching out to me as Vice President for Parliamentary Caribbean region on what are the emergency orders the Bahamas have put in place on all your procedures. And they were copying that. Yeah. All of March, April, May. That was happy for us. We were commending and glad. Look at us. People were looking. Today, we are 11th on that list. Per capita, based on the per capita with deaths. We are 11th. At one point in time, we were doing well. We are not the envy right now. And that is not because of any one individual, Madam President. It's because of everyone listening. It's because of every one of us at this table. It's because of everyone in leadership. It's because of everyone in the churches. It's because of everyone who owns a business, employees. We all have to understand nationhood. None of us is safe until all of us are safe. Yep. We do not have herd immunity. We do not make vaccines. We don't have health facilities to isolate and treat thousands of people. And right now, what we need now more than ever is for us as national leaders to understand we have a responsibility to protect our people. We can disagree and argue on any number of things, but when it comes to the safety of our people, there should be no disagreement. Madam President, I support the resolution.
As many, the chair recognizes Senator Sweeting.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, my good colleague. You know, they they tell me when I was down in Central and South a week or two ago, they said you spoke highly of me amongst your colleagues. So, you know, I want to publicly thank you for that. But Madam President, you know, you know, I'm grateful for the privilege to stand here today in this honorable chamber, though a bit earlier than I expected, but to give my contribution to the extension of the emergency powers. As I stand on my feet in this place, I do so with such humility and in awe of a giant of a man, a legacy, a real, true, and honest Bahamian hero, the great late Arthur Dion Hanna. He was a man small in stature, but he made up for his height in his presence. It was indeed my privilege to have known him personally and to have sat at his feet, soaking up his words as he spoke to me and my young child. He was a very personable man. He ascended to Parliament and he accomplished what every Bahamian voter hopes for that their member of Parliament would do. He got the job done with people in mind and in his heart. He was a true believer in resilience and the will of us, the Bahamian people. His fight is one that sadly we have not conquered after almost 50 years of independence. But if we truly seek to honor him, we must simply put aside the selfish politics and make sure that every decision tabled in these houses are for the direct benefit of Bahamians first. I stand on this occasion, Madam President, to salute a great man. He will be remembered kindly by history, and he will be remembered fondly by those of us who seek to empty ourselves for the good of our brothers and sisters. May his soul rest in peace. Madam President, I would also like for a few moments to offer condolences to the family of the late Paulette Strawn, who was a stalwart counselor and the secretary of the main branch in Central and South Lutheran for the Progressive Liberal Party. She spent the majority of her career as a civil servant employed with the Department of Environmental Health Services. She was well loved in the communities of Savannah Sound and Waterford, and she will be missed dearly. I'd also like to extend condolences to the family of the late Mary Lloyd of Rock Sound, to the families of late Alice Jolly and Leonard Mackey of Waterford, and to the family of the late Renita Bethel and Pauline Bethel, both of James' sister. May God grant peace and comfort to all those that mourn, and may their souls rest in peace. Madam President, as I turn focus on the reason we are here today, I do not intend to be long. Senator Darville laid our case out perfectly. But as I continue, in May of 2021, a mere 3 months ago, I stood in this place and presented on the emergency extension orders. I cannot help but to reiterate the words I spoke on that occasion, because to date, the same underlying issues remain, and the COVID crisis seems to have become unmanageable. I am glad that the United States has donated some Pfizer vaccines this morning that was received to help us to manage this pandemic. As a country, Madam President, the government has borrowed more money than all of the entire government administrations in the history of our independence. Having borrowed all this money, this administration has yet to show the Bahamian people where all the money has been spent during the pandemic and how it has benefited them. After all, Madam President, it's supposed to be the people's time. You know, we hear the government and members of Parliament boast about accomplishments in their respective constituencies. You know, and Senator Henfield and the Minister of State for Grand Balm and for Finance spoke about uniting and being on one accord, and this isn't supposed to be political. And I agree with that. But it would be remiss of me if I didn't stand here today and speak that we cannot boast of a medical facility in a Family Islands that has received additional beds, equipment, all personnel except for the COVID centers. Look at Central and South Eleuthero, for example. Throughout the Family Islands, staff are stretched thin. Air ambulances fly in and out, sometimes twice in one night, because the facilities in the Family Islands are in a grave state. We cannot just speak about vaccination without speaking about the health crisis in this country. There is no funding to continuously sanitize these facilities after every COVID-19 positive patient is treated. Sometimes clinics are shut down for a few days at a time. From the onset of the pandemic, the Progressive Liberal Party and its team and myself have consistently provided our plan and solution that would assist the government in managing the spread of COVID-19 if implemented. At the very worst, implemented, these measures would yield the very same results of what we have now: chaos. At best, if these suggestions were considered, our country would be in a much better position to manage the proliferation of this pandemic. We know that there were weeks of seeing no cases in certain islands, then suddenly a new mandate allowing persons who were vaccinated to enter our islands without so much as a rapid test. After another surge, this policy did in fact change, and it was the right thing to do. We understand that the government has the responsibility of ensuring the continuity of our tourism sector, as it is the biggest employer throughout the country. However, we can continue to be browbeaten and made to know that every decision hinges upon the medical professionals' advice. First, we are grateful for their advice and for everything that they continue to do to help keep us safe. But we cannot fathom that in such a rapidly changing environment, with such little information available on transmission, causes, and the facts of this virus, that any medical professional would suggest that vaccinated persons cannot get or transmit this virus. If we examine the numbers and the cases that are rising, we will see a strong correlation between air traffic arrivals and the increase of incidences of COVID-19. As we move a little further along, we note that the competent authority, the Prime Minister of our country, told the media, and all under the sound of his voice, that there are two pandemics. One for the vaccinated persons was over. Additionally, plans for vaccinated-only parties were imminent. Yet the numbers are growing rapidly. Death continues to be in the fate of so many of our loved ones, and yet there is no responsibility taken, only blame and punishment to the Bahamian people to further frustrate them in their businesses. Madam President, everyone in this room falls into three categories. We have either had COVID-19, we know someone who has had COVID-19, or we know someone who has died from COVID-19. Again, we call on the government to provide the following if it is truly the people's time: free testing for all persons, especially those who have been in close contact with a COVID positive patient, to provide ventilators throughout the Family Islands, to lower the cost of air ambulance services from the Family Islands. Do you know that during the pandemic, the cost of an air ambulance rose $3,000? During the pandemic, from $5,000 to $8,000, during a time when the people of this country needed the government most. We must also provide funding to ensure that all clinics and medical facilities are cleaned daily, including air conditioning, vents, and exhausts. We also call on government to enable testing for persons who have recovered from COVID-19 to test for antibodies. Madam President, I also call on the government to implement a variety of measures to help protect the Bahamian people. And I admonish the citizens and residents to wear your mask properly, wash your hands, change your mask daily, and remain social distant. Wash your hands frequently. and change your air conditioning filters regularly. Madam President, we cannot trifle with the babying people's lives, and I agree we cannot politicize the pandemic, but we must also look at the health aspect nationwide and what is needed to really cure this country of our health crisis. The Bahamian people have offered advice constantly. Let's utilize the message of the goal is to truly save lives. Let's work together to make this happen. Madam President, I thank you.
As many. The chair recognizes Senator Moss. Not very much.
Thank you, Madam President, for recognizing me today as I give my take on the extending of the emergency orders. I just want to start off by saying that I fully support the extension of the emergency orders. And Madam President, once again, I want to thank you very much, like I said earlier, for acknowledging me. We're here again today to debate why we should have to extend these emergency orders. Madam President, the opposition in its continuous, undisciplined.
I need to move the resolution. Madam President, I beg leave to move that the business of the Senate do continue beyond the hour of 1 p.m. If I may obtain a seconder. Thank you.
It has been moved and seconded that the business of the Senate continues beyond the hour of 1 p.m. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The business of the Senate will continue beyond 1 p.m. Continue, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, colleagues. As I said, Madam President, the opposition, in my view, has shown in its continuous, undisciplined, fruitless tirade, condemning these emergency orders as though they are not working, not protecting, nor saving the lives of many Bahamians. Instead, they would rather gamble and play politics with the Bahamian people's lives. I say to them, look at the world today. The world is going through a recognized crisis and a health pandemic. Governments around the world are taking measures, precautions, and extreme steps to ensure the safety of the nation and its people. But no, you want to pretend as though everything is okay. The last time I was here and I spoke on this issue, I quoted Captain Jack Sparrow, where he said, the problem is not the problem. The problem is your attitude towards the problem. So again, why are you making this political? I charge you based on your political motives that it is because you want to continue to find ways to deflect that this minister-led administration is actually doing a good job in combating COVID and keeping Bahamians safe by following the recommendations of the health professionals. Madam President, over the past year, I have joined my colleagues on the governing side, as well as the health professionals, calling on and asking those opposite to put down their political swords and come together for the sake of our country. Madam President, the numbers don't lie. The number of people being affected does not lie. The number of Bahamians dying because of COVID does not lie. Yet the PLP has continued on with their lust for power to not support the extension of the emergency orders. Madam President, the emergency orders was not created by the FNM or the Prime Minister. But instead, this was created by the forefathers of our country and placed in our Constitution to ensure that the Bahamas has a mechanism to protect the people of this Bahamas from any external force beyond our control. Madam President, when it was created, it clearly was a sensible and wise thing to put in the Constitution. This was created by both PLP and FNM, but yet this PLP, this crew, the 21st century, soon they call themselves the 3.0 PLP, are now making noise and bickering about the very same thing their leaders supported and helped implement in our Constitution. I don't know, Madam President. I really don't know. But one thing the Bible says that where there is no vision, the people shall perish. And I strongly believe, based on their words and actions, that if the Davis, Mitchell, McDowell crew, or them was in the chair, we all be running to the high hills, crying to the heavens for mercy. But Madam President, I can say, God is a good God. Truly a good God. And I know He didn't bring us this far to leave us, but instead chose the right man for the job, and that man is the MP for Kalani, Prime Minister, Most Honorable Dr. Hubert Minnis. Again, I repeat, the numbers don't lie. The number of people being affected does not lie. And the number of Bahamians dying because of COVID-19 does not lie. Madam President, according to the healthline.com website, it revealed that COVID-19 cases, hospitalization, and deaths continue to increase in the United States, but the daily number of vaccinations is also rising. And I wish I had opportunity to have my figure here, but certain things are beyond my control, and hopefully we'll have that sorted out down the road. But Madam President, according to the figures from the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, they said that the average number of new U.S. cases has risen to 110 per day, about 25,000 more than a week ago. It is the highest average since early February. End quote. Well, you could Google it. I come with my source, but yes. Madam President, let me repeat it again for the good Santa. Let me repeat. As I said, Madam President, according to the healthline.com, you can use your phone, go on the website right now. Go on the website and download right now. But Madam President, I'm quoting what they're saying. Now, if they're wrong, you tell them they're wrong. So, like I said, Madam President, this is serious data. And I understand, the good Senator opposite for me has this urge and this lust to get back at me, but Madam President, I will not be distracted. I will not be derailed. I will stay focused. So like I said, Madam President, this is serious data. This is serious data, my fellow Bahamians. It is the reality we are facing as a tourist destination. I have said it in May 2020 that I have said in May 2020 that the COVID-19 doesn't see or know or even care to know who is FNM or PLP. So why are there so much politics being injected into this matter, which is not just, forgive me, my, yeah, like I said, Madam President, so why are there so much politics being injected in this matter, which is not just a local problem, but a global pandemic? You know what disturbs me, Madam President? When we have persons who want to be seen or even accepted as a political figure, but use their platform by poisoning the minds of Bahamians, especially young Bahamians, who are the future of this country, to not take the vaccine, saying, and I quote, the government wants you to become a guinea pig. They want you to be another test dummy. The vaccine will kill you, end quote. These, exactly, it's disinformation. I would say, Madam President, I'm trying to be parliamentary here. yeah, these misrepresentation, thank you so much, Senator. But these misrepresentation, the contribution to fair tactics, is what has not just the Bahamas, but also around the world position that we're in today. Because, I try to keep it at home, but because Bahamians are trying to find the truth, Bahamians want to be sure that what they are going to take is not going to kill them, not going to harm them, not going to be some type of negative effect down the road. These negative stuff that it is, they are playing into people's sphere. And I have a problem with that, Madam President. And they even went as far as even attack the church leaders who encourage their members to take it. It's really sad that we have persons who are trying to get into Parliament that would go this far to attack the religious community and at the same time mislead the Bahamian people with misinformation. I call upon them to stop, and I condemn you. I condemn you in the strongest terms. Madam President, responsible leaders or people who want to be leaders would never say or push things, especially when they know in their hearts that they have no evidence or scientific evidence to back up what they say. We are talking about saving lives. For those folks, as I said earlier, it's really about finding any avenue to get into Parliament at the expense of the lives, especially young people's lives, because they play and continue to play the fair card on those who may not know any better. Madam President, moving over to the state of Arkansas, the population is about 3.18 million, according to a 2019 report. I use Arkansas because their COVID numbers are bursting through the roof. According to a August 9th, 2021 CNN report I was reading, it states that they have a bigger, clearly they have a bigger population, hospital, and even an up-to-date healthcare, and is now sounding alarm that they are on the brink of healthcare crashing in their state. So as I said, according to the CNN, Arkansas has just about 8 ICU beds available as the state had its largest increase in hospitalization. 8. According to Governor Hutchinson on Monday, he announced very startling numbers, and I quote, very startling numbers, including the state's largest single-day increase in hospitalizations, eclipsing its previous high COVID-19 admissions. In a tweet, Governor Hutchinson said there were only 8 available intensive care unit beds in the state. 8. The entire state. So, if this is what Arkansas is going through, all we have to do is look at what's happening here in our back door. As I said, Madam President, the facts don't lie. The Arkansas Department of Health is reporting 995 new COVID cases on Monday and 21 new COVID-19 related deaths. There are 1,376 people currently hospitalized with COVID-19 in Arkansas, up by 103 from Sunday, according to the department. Of those, 286 cases are currently on ventilators, 25 more than the previous day, the department said, like, quote, Madam President, this is facts I am bringing to you, my colleagues, and most importantly, the Bahamian people. My fellow Bahamians, we here at home are dealing with a monster that is seeking to destroy and snuff away the lives of our loved ones like a thief in the middle of the night. COVID is watching, plotting on its next victim, and will show no mercy, no remorse, no feelings while ravaging and eroding the health of that individual. Death is the goal, and it will waste no expense to make it become a reality. And speaking of death, I want to join those who are mourning and still mourning the loss of loved ones who became victims of COVID-19. Over the past week, Madam President, I really get it. But over the past week, Madam President, I have lost friends who I grew up with, went to school, or even did jobs with to COVID-19. They were entering their prime, but COVID find a way to cut it short and left their individual families broken. Madam President, because of the facts about this virus, I have joined the train as a young man, encouraging Bahamians to get vaccinated. I, too, am fully vaccinated. The vaccine may not stop you from still getting it, but what it will do is fight the virus down to the symptoms becoming minimal. The severe effects of COVID-19 are and can be deadly. According to the CDC, the lungs are the organs most affected by COVID-19 because the virus accesses the host cells via via the enzyme, attacking the enzyme, converting the enzyme 2, which is the most abundant on the surface of tight cells of the lungs. Madam President, I want us to look at this. Madam President, again, I came with the facts. The Bahamas are saying COVID-19. We are seeing the numbers of what COVID-19 has reaching record numbers, hitting the 100s and the high 200s. The death toll climbing the ladder. The death toll is climbing the ladder. The beds and space in the hospital becoming non-available. Dr. Catherine O'Neill, infectious disease expert, said, and I quote, "We only have two choices. We are either going to get vaccinated and end the pandemic, or we are all going to accept death, a lot of it, this surge and another surge, and possibly another variant." I say again to my fellow Bahamians, please get vaccinated. If not for yourself, then please do it for your family. If you want to live, get it. If you wish to gamble with your life at the hands of an invincible COVID-19, then that's on you. Madam President, during this time, leadership matters. And I want to go on record to say I want to thank the Most Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Hubert Minnis, for all that he has been doing by listening to the health professionals, consulting with the stakeholders in this country, alongside consulting with his cabinet, and also to us, the parliamentarians, on how we should do things with respect to the emergency orders, and the list goes on. And I say that, Madam President, because despite the false narrative that's being put out there, being pushed out there by those opposite, that the Prime Minister is a dictator, he doesn't want to let go of power, I could tell you categorically, my fellow Bahamians, that is false. That is false. That is false, my fellow Bahamians. And to give you an example, Madam President, and my fellow Bahamians, I do recall last year, the Prime Minister, out the goodness of his heart, doing the moral thing, extended an olive branch to the leader of the opposition, not once, but I think probably 2 or 3 times, but I remember vividly inside the House of Assembly where the Prime Minister asked the leader of the opposition to come to the meeting. Now they could run on and say, oh, it was last minute, whatever. I mean, come on. Meeting, regardless of the meeting was tomorrow or whenever, the fact of the matter is the Prime Minister extended an olive branch. The leader of the opposition declined it. And then a statement came out from one of the party representatives, the chairman, and hailed the leader of the opposition for turning down the offer. Madam President, I was most disturbed and most hurt because at the end of the day, in this type of time, we need unity. And that was what the Prime Minister and that is what this government was trying to achieve. We wanted to bring the PLP and the AFM together to fight this virus for the best interest of you, the Bahamian people. But like I said, it was turned down. and they made a political mockery out of it. See, again, like I say, that is what real leaders do. We reach out. But then, like I say, even though they made a mockery of it, we still went on, we did the job. And I believe the reason why they turned it down is because they didn't want to have nothing to do with this COVID-19. And as they wanted us to, they believe that, hey, if they fail, it could be on them. We could beat up on them for that. But thank God, at least the main people know that the government has done an excellent job. And as my colleague, Senator the Honorable Crazy Thompson said, this COVID-19 didn't come in no playbook. This didn't come with no rules as in prepare yourselves for COVID-19. Didn't come in none of those things. The last time I checked, Senator Dowell, Senator Mitchell, never experienced anything like this in their life. Nor did the leader of the PLP. This is the first time that a leader of this country or a leader of this time around the world has experienced a pandemic. And I think that based on all the things that we've been seeing happening around the world, Prime Minister deserves a round of applause. Madam President, what I've also realized about the opposition, Madam President, is that they nitpick at any little thing. They'll try to find fault, but never give praise for the work that is being done. During the pandemic, the government ensured that no jobs was lost within the government in the public sector. The government also made sure that those who were negatively affected by COVID-19 were being assisted, whether it be through NIB or through the food program. But yet they say that the government has not done anything for the Bahamian people. And Madam President, if we look at what's happening around the world, even look at New Zealand. I was watching BBC news around 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock this morning. And New Zealand, they had a reporter saying New Zealand has closed off their borders for the remaining of the year. And the reason why they did it, and I'm just quoting what BBC said, is to ensure that COVID-19 does not come into their country, New Zealand. Now, I'm just saying at the end of the day, I am just saying is that, Madam President, the PLP is known for making noise and open the economy, open the bars. Now when we open the economy, they're now making noise saying, oh, it's you guys who will come here allowing tourists to come over and infect Bahamians. Like I said, you guys are looking for every little thing to nitpick at. But, Madam President, I listened to Senator Dowell earlier this morning, and he said, and I'm going to quote him, say, we watch and we are grateful that the emergency orders are coming to an end. We feel it should have been done a long time ago. Now, just this morning, before Senator Dowell came inside this place, Senator Dowell was at another place. He was on the radio on a local talk show, and Senator Dowell said, and I quote, Madam President, saying on 96.9, saying that we are entering a third wave. It is deadly, and it's like no other. He also said that the wave is not like the first and second wave. He said that this one is very aggressive and is targeting young people. Yeah. So, Madam President, in one breath, you're here complaining about the emergency orders. But then on radio, you're now saying that this third wave is worse than the first and second. So the fact that you are admitting, no. Man, okay, come on, give me a break. All right, stop it. The fact that you acknowledge that the third wave is more aggressive. The fact that you said that this third wave is more aggressive and targeting more young people. People are dying. It's another reason why we need to extend the emergency orders. Yeah. And furthermore, Madam President, he also went on by saying is that the virus, the virus is one. He said this variant is one that is different from the rest, so it changes up. Again, this is what you said, Dr. David. You said that. You said that, Dr. David. You said that. You said that. Okay. So like I said, Madam President, Madam President, point of matter is this, right? The emergency orders is designed to help stop the spread, protect Bahamians from clusters and catching the virus. And I say, Madam President, the emergency orders that they are voting against is to ensure that Bahamian people wear their masks. These orders that they are voting against is to ensure that we have social distance and avoid clusters. This emergency orders that they are voting against is to avoid persons from not allowing persons to be sanitized. Madam President, this emergency orders that they are voting against is to not allow persons to be quarantined if found affected by the COVID-19. And Madam President, the emergency orders that they are voting against is to not allow persons to be tested. This is what emergency order. This is what one part of it, the emergency order is all about. So you can't have your cake and eat it too. All I'm saying to you is, at the end of the day, is that put down the political swords. Put down the political swords and support the emergency orders. And Madam President, I want to wrap up and say, in 1 Chronicles chapter 28, verse 20, and I quote, "Be strong and courageous, and you do the work. Do not be afraid or discouraged, for the Lord God, my God, is with you. He will not fail you or forsake you until all the work for the service of the temple of the Lord is finished." But until God's good time, we will get through this. Madam President, I support the extension of this emergency orders, not because of politics, but because it is a common sense decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As many?
Oh, you want to make a point before?
Yes, absolutely.
Am I permitted to say that? I would not be campaigning on such a serious time. Campaigning? No.
You always go to Freeport.
No, well, I'm not headed to Freeport. No, I'm not headed to Freeport. I can go now. Have your permission to go. Thank you, Madam President. Just a few words here. Let's see what has happened here. Sorry. Yeah, the war room.
Everybody's having a little trouble with these phones today.
Yeah, it's a lot of trouble. I really have this difficulty, particularly, as I say, to the most sanguine and credible of the spokespersons from the other side, that you're really serious about what you're saying about joining hands, and this is a serious occasion. Well, because yes, right. And this is not the forum and so on. But when you see the vicious and vile campaign that is being run by, I'm not going to say the official Free National Movement, partisans associated with the Free National Movement on Facebook, and the attack which has been launched against the leader specifically and me on the public forum on the cable television. How can we take that seriously? How can we take that seriously? Who? No, we have no attack ads on television. None. Not a single one. Not a single one. Not a single one. We asked IRCA. The thing was so bad. The thing was so bad that we actually asked IRCA to intervene. IRCA intervenes, and a few days later, they just changed the narrative, put some different pictures, but it's the same thing. I mean, it's vicious, it's vile. Then I see something pop up on me personally, obviously aimed at my personal life about chicken or child. Suppose I respond and say, tell your leader, right, that if I taken care, if I had children, right, I would take care of my own child. Suppose I respond like that. If you want to really get vicious now, and every single one, I know everyone in here, and like the Collect for Purity says, there are no secrets anywhere. So if you want to bring that stuff out in the open, try me. Try me. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up.
Senator, are we? You're speaking to the resolution?
I'm not going to go any further than that. All I say is, please cut it out. Cut it out. If you want to reach across, if you want to reach across this table.
I did.
Sorry, Senator, but with all respect, and you have every right to be upset, but to in a sense, throwing it at us when no one in this room here is on the campaign.
That is my point. My point is, you run a beautiful argument. It has nothing to do with us. We didn't do it. But what I'm saying is that people who, and we know who it is, who are associated with your party, and your party officially has done so, launched the most vicious attacks, personal attacks. Right, so what I'm saying is don't then come and pretend that this is not a political forum.
Yeah, well,
It is a political forum. All right, and then secondly, we only wanted the flag to fly at half-mast, I think I said it here. I see the Senate flag is at half-staff. What I was saying is, whether Mr. Hanna's visage is on, I see the chairman of the party has now launched another vicious attack on me personally, right? So the Tribune calls me to respond to that. Why should I be responding to foolishness? I mean, it's just rubbish. All I made was a simple point, which was supported by the Central Bank of the Bahamas, not the Progressive Liberal Party. They're the ones who said, we have been working on this since 2016, not us. That's all. And then it's all this petty and this and that and all the rest of it. Now today, the Tribune is saying that the chairman of the FNM is saying, I'm fomenting violence. Where? In which country? Where did it happen? This is nonsense. Because I take a philosophical and ideological different position from you with regard to these orders. The orders are about civil liberties. That's what it is. And in every country, there's been this pushback saying, look, you are going too far. There are riots in France over vaccination, non-vaccination. Down in Antigua, the police had to use tear gas to disperse people from attacking the vans with vaccines. Mia Motley has every seat in the parliament, but a huge demonstration in Barbados. Mia must go over vaccines. Trinidad, unfortunately, in St. Vincent, unfortunately, the prime minister, during a debate on vaccines, gets hit in the head by a rock. So, Fox Hill Day, I get called to a scene in Fox Hill in Step Street. These orders have just been, this curfew thing has been moved back from 10 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Lord only knows what difference 10 and 9 make. So you put 9 o'clock. 3 police cars pull up. These people celebrating Fox Hill Day tell them they got to stop. They got to stop, and they're waiting, they say, until the COVID police comes, because if they don't go, everybody's going to get fined or written up for a ticket. All I say is, if you push the population too far, you're going to have a pushback. That's all I said. So pull back on this stuff. Understand that people are sick and tired of this. And you have to understand human beings are social creatures, and you cannot bottle up the population forever. So here we come again, another 3 months of this. What do you expect people to say? Oh, we agree. Let's do it. It's lovely.
You don't have a COVID police under the new law.
I hear what you say. Now, the facts. The gentleman senator who just spoke before me. 10 cases in March 2020. 16,000 cases in 2021, August. How is that success? Nothing you've done has stopped COVID from spreading. Nothing. And it's done, and it's not so just in this country, it's everywhere. The Israelis are now so what I'm saying is what that should tell you is that this is something we have to live with.
Yes, we agree.
You have to live with it. And so you can't be, saying that because we're saying that the balance must be in favor of allowing people to live and survive. I mean, I go to people's houses. I know the deaths are serious. My good friend, I have to say that. I remember when I met her, Madam President. She was reputed to be, if not the prettiest, certainly one of the prettiest in the valley, and that's Dolly Davis. Married to the late Donald Davis Sr. Right? First time I met her, I had only heard about her. She was a lady who lived in legend for me, and I was the chairman for Anthony Robbins, the member of Parliament for Centerville. I was the chairman of the Centerville branch. And he and I were campaigning, so we pull up on the doorstep. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Absolutely. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. I tell you, I was the man's chairman. He was the member for Centerville. Just before Perry Christie. He retired when Christie did when won in 77. No question. So I go to the doorstep. And he knocks on the door. And Dolly Davis comes out. And I mean, she is a stunningly beautiful woman. She was so stunning. I had never seen him respond like that. Because, Mr. Roberts was a very proper fella. But he was breathless when she opened the door. Breathless, Breathless. Right. Beautiful woman. Right? Right. Yes, right. Well, a public servant whose name I will not call, who lives in the Fox Hill constituency, told a friend that she didn't vote for me because I went to primary school with her in Eastern Junior. She was liking me, and I didn't remember who she was when I came to her door, so she wasn't going to vote for me. Now, how you hold things like that against people, man? Anyway, I lost that vote. Right? So all I'm saying is that's what this argument is about. This is about civil liberties. And if you are serious, I am saying to you, this campaign, this subterfuge which is being organized needs to stop. That's my point. Well, I don't have any active. My name. When you hear me, you know exactly what I say, and you know exactly who is saying it, right? No, I'm not going to say both sides because I can't speak of something which I have no knowledge. Yeah, but I have no knowledge. I can't speak. Yes, all I'm saying is I am making a public observation, and I'm asking you to be informed by the advice that I've given you in this forum.
Mr. Leader of Opposition Business in this place, are you indulging in what they call Nelsonian blindness? You had one eye, and when they told him say that the surrender flag has been the flag has been raised for us to retreat, he put the magnifying glass to the blind eye and say, I don't see that. That's the Battle of Copenhagen. I want to know, are you being willfully blind about what the PLP is doing? Because the PLP is engaged in as vicious a campaign as anybody else.
No, sir. I do not accept any moral equivalence in this argument. I don't accept any moral equivalence.
Well, I guess
and it's nothing about being blind. All I'm saying is I am informing you. I'm informing you of what I have observed publicly. I am asking you and your partisans to cease and desist. You can be informed by those views, or you can ignore them to your peril. That's all I say.
I think we need to get on to our, that.
Just a point of order, because I think, I think I have to be clear on this. He's asking us and others to desist, which implies that us in here are a part of it and are doing it. And that I dispute.
Fine, I accept. But what I'm saying is once you cannot do that by itself, you must decry it. You must denounce it and use your influence. I have no knowledge of which you speak. I have no knowledge of which you speak. All I say is I am informing you. I am informing you of what I know and I've seen and observed. And I ask you to use your influence, your good offices, to ensure that it is ceased. Thank you, Madam President. So that is my position here, my contribution. I thank you for this. I wanted to make that point. This is about our civil liberties in this country. The record is that civil liberties should not be truncated. It is time to do away with the orders. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you.
Let me just take this opportunity to wish you safe travels, wherever it is you're traveling to, honorable member.
Senator Boswick Dean.
Good morning or good afternoon, Madam President, colleagues. On the last occasion that we were here 2 days ago, I would have extended my sympathies to the family of former Governor General Arthur Hanna. I would have extended my sympathies to His Excellency Maurice Moore and to many of our citizens who would have suffered losses by way of COVID. I again reiterate those sympathies. Before coming to the substantive point, my honorable colleague Henfield, I also would have congratulated our gold medal winners for the gold that they won and for uniting the country. But just before I get to the substantive point of my contribution on today's matter, Senator Henfield would have said to me, said that he leaves it to me to speak to Articles 8 and 9 of the Constitution as it relates to Shanae Miller-Ubo. And I do so just briefly to yet again note that she, of course, is a Bahamian woman married to a foreigner. And when God blesses them, or should God bless them in their union with a child, if she does not have that child here at home, that child will not be a Bahamian. That is something that we as women continue to decry. I speak to my fellow women who would have voted against the resolution twice, because the reality is that women in this country make up more than 50% of the vote. And if every woman had cast her vote accordingly, we would not be in this situation. It is not incumbent upon us as women to stand and speak about what hasn't happened for us. We have to stand for ourselves and vote in favor of ourselves. But it is an occasion when we note that sadly, tragically, when our great Olympian has a child, if she does not return home, her child will not be a citizen of the Bahamas unless citizenship is conferred upon him or her. That, in my view, is a tragedy. It is something that we must again address. It is something that, sadly, I have heard those in influence say it doesn't make sense to bring these constitutional referendums because the people always vote no. And that is even more frightening, that they are saying it doesn't make sense to raise this issue because we constantly vote no. I encourage us as a nation to again take that bull by the horns, to again put the question to the people. But I also encourage our legislature, whoever may be, and I say it will be the FNM, that the next time we go, please make it a simple question. Don't make it a question where legal scholars have to argue on the interpretation of the question. That is absolutely ridiculous. the people need to, the question needs to be put in simple terms. And it should simply be, are you in favor of women having an equal right to confer citizenship on their children? Simple, yes or no. And are you in favor of men having the same rights as children, as women? Because there are some circumstances where single fathers do not have the same rights as women when it comes to their children. So it should be two simple questions where the people can just answer yes or no. And should they, God willing, that we can come forward to the rest of the world. I think we are one of 3 nations in the world with this discrimination. We rank with Afghanistan, for God's sakes. I mean, really, Bahamas, and we like to talk about how modern we are, and we like to insist upon having absolutely modern rights. But we rank with Afghanistan on this point. So God willing, should we vote yes? It is then that the legal scholars and the drafters need to go through our laws and make the necessary changes. But don't put the question in a manner that legal scholars, judges, attorneys, we all have to debate about what the question means. I implore all persons who are seeking to be our representatives in the next lap to again revisit this issue so that when and should Shawnee Miller Ubo and other Bahamian women, Shwebo and other Bahamian women have children anywhere in the world. And you know what put salt in the wound for us recently? And I'm not going to get into whether the Court of Appeals decision was right or wrong. I'm not getting in that. But what wounded women was to see that decision in the Court of Appeal, whereby now Bahamian men can confer citizenship on their children. That was salt in the wound. The number of women that I saw have outcry about this. You know, we have to do better, and we have to do something about it. So that would be my plea, Brother Henfield. You asked me to pick up that baton. I pick up that baton and I make that plea in the context of the recent events. And I would ask also that whenever this matter is addressed, that it be dealt with retrospectively for those who should have been citizens. Should they wish to take up their citizenship of this country, they should be permitted to do so. So, having said that, what I would say in the context of this debate, having heard the last contribution from the leader of government of opposition business, it is clear that we have a philosophical difference of opinion between the parties. The governing party, of course, we understand and respect civil liberties. It is most unfortunate that it would be characterized in a manner that would suggest otherwise. But what we are also concerned about is when we look at the science of how this disease is, or this virus, is transmitted, the science is clear. We're 18, 19 months in. The virus is transmitted airborne by way of people coming into social contact with each other, close social contact, group settings without masks. It's no longer rocket science. What we all know is that there's only so much this country can handle if we have mass infection. If we cannot treat mass infection, we will have mass death. It's very simple. So it would seem that the philosophical difference that we have here is that this side is concerned to try to ensure that we have in place the ability, we're talking here about the ability to create rules to try to stop mass spread. That's it. That's all. And we do that because we're concerned to save lives. We're concerned to save the overall health of the population. And we're concerned to save the economy. It's It's really that basic. So I'm not sure why the philosophical existence or difference exists. But my learned friend and colleague, Senator Mitchell, set it out very clearly. And he said the difference is that we believe everybody should have their civil liberties and be free to I guess, do as they want. Of course, we agree with your civil liberties, but we are concerned not to have mass spread events. This is a pandemic. So, having said that, I started backwards a little bit just to address that. But let me say, I thank the government of the United States of America for providing us with nearly 400,000 Pfizer vaccines. I congratulate the government for being able to successfully conclude the negotiation to be among one of the first nations to receive this gift from the United States of America. It is wonderful to have seen the plane already land this morning early and for our delegation to be there to receive them. It is wonderful that the Bahamian people now have an option on which vaccine they're going to take. I heard Senator Henfield speak to the statistics about us being number 11 in the world in terms of infection per capita. It is, of course, that is alarming. It is instructive, in my view, as to how we conduct ourselves, vaccinated or unvaccinated, and what we must do. But what I would also love to see a calculation on, because when I think about the fact that we have so much vaccine available to us in this country, and when you look at other nations in the world, including some developed nations, such as Australia and others, we look at the African continent, for whom we must all weep and have concerns, but we watch the news and we are informed that there are many countries who can't get vaccine. This small nation now has sufficient vaccine on tap to inoculate, should you wish to take it, the majority of our people. Indeed, those of us who have already taken the vaccine, and I've taken the vaccine, those of us who have already taken it must surely be, if you were to look at the world's population size and the number of people who've been able to get vaccinated, it's a very small percentage, and we are amongst them. I think that's actually incredible. There are expats who live here who say they are vaccinated here in the Bahamas before their families are in developed nations. It is really quite an achievement. I would be surprised if those who are vaccinated in the Bahamas are probably within 5% of the world's population who have been, in my view, fortunate enough to be able to be vaccinated. And that's one heck of an accomplishment for this country and for this government. Despite all the criticisms in the marketplace, when you look at it and you put it in real terms, that is a heck of an accomplishment. You know, as I just indicated, I'm fully vaccinated. I couldn't wait to get vaccinated. That said, I'm not here to tell anyone to get vaccinated. I respect the fact that you have free choice in whether or not you get vaccinated. This government has gone on record to say that we will not mandate vaccinations. We've said that repeatedly, yet you hear people rowing about it in the public as though, you better don't tell me I'm going to take no vaccine. You can't make me take it. Nobody ever said you have to take the vaccine. Nobody ever said that. You know, so, but you have a choice. We acknowledge you have a choice. That being said, I would ask you, because thankfully I get to stand in this place to say it, but I would ask you, as you consider your choice, that you now, the science is coming back. Some people said they wanted to wait and see. Well, the scientific numbers are coming back, not just in the Bahamas, but worldwide. And it is clear who is being admitted to hospital, very sick with COVID, and who isn't. Those who have taken the vaccine do not get so sick, or it's in almost every number that I've seen, worldwide and here, less than 1% will be admitted to hospital and or die. And normally that less than 1% is comprised of the very old or people with underlying autoimmune conditions. So begin to look at that as you consider, what choice will I make? Look at the impact that persons who have had the vaccine, what has happened to them and what hasn't. Look at who is dying and who isn't. Even when people contract COVID who've been vaccinated, it is very rare that they die. We are now sadly seeing where I saw, I think it was last weekend, 9 people reported as dead from COVID. Of the 9, 8 of them were younger than 50 years old. Dr. Darwell, I think, would have said, whether it was in this place or on the news, this variant is different. It is no longer the old or the infirm that are dying. We are now looking at a different age demographic. We now have people in their 20s who are dying. We now have, sadly, children here as well in the hospital. And I think, I may stand to be corrected, we've had at least one small child die from COVID. So this thing is now going into our young population. You know, I think when I look on social media, believe it, although I'm speaking in here like this, I actually don't speak in my private life like this, because this vaccine question, people have become very hostile. It's almost as though we can't have a conversation about it sometimes. But paying attention to what's happening around me, one of the things persons who resist the vaccine say is, why should I get vaccinated? Vaccinated people can get COVID, so it doesn't do anything for you. That's constantly a big push back. And I say, no one ever said, never in any scientific literature that I've read, any news report, I've never heard it out of our prime minister's mouth or any other leader's mouth, that if you get the vaccine, you can't catch COVID. So I'm never sure why people that don't want to take the vaccine fly in my face to go, well, you can still get COVID. Well, yes, I know that. I know that. But what I also know is what I've already told you. I also know that it's unlikely that I'm going to become ill enough to be admitted to the hospital. That's why I took it. I didn't take it because I thought I would never catch COVID. I took it because I didn't want to roll the dice. And I took it because it decreased my risk or potential exposure to hospitalization and or death. The other thing that I hear all the time is, well, you take the vaccine, but you still have to wear a mask, so why should I take it? Nothing changes. Well, you see, unlike my colleagues who spoke before me, I still wear my mask right now while I'm talking, because there is a Delta variant out there, or I suspect that there is. And yes, I know that I will still have to wear a mask and I still have to socially distance. I know, as I said, that we can get it, but the science indicates that I am less likely to transmit it. And that's important to me. And I wear the mask because I accept that I can possibly get it, although less likely. And here comes my third reason. I still don't want to catch COVID because I have a 7-year-old son and he's not eligible to take the vaccine. And because I know that while I am now likely to survive, and I know that chances that I catch it are slim, I know that I can still get it and I know that I can still transmit it, no matter how small the chance. And God knows I don't want to take a virus home to him. So while others feel secure with their vaccinations, not to wear their masks any longer, because of him, I still put on my mask. Because of him. People who are vaccinated don't sit here with false beliefs that we can't catch it, that we can't transmit it. And nor should you. And just because we're vaccinated or unvaccinated, everybody has to do the same thing, no matter your status. We all have to continue to wear the mask. We all have to socially distance. We all have to, particularly in places that are poorly ventilated, take protection. I put this one on to talk to y'all, to be heard better. But I came in this one, what I call the big boy, because why? The Delta variant. I take this thing very, very seriously. And as I said, I don't want to carry this home to my son. Children are now getting it. Children can now become very ill. I don't want that for him, and I don't want that worry for me. And God forbid, I don't want to ever have to feel guilt should he not come out or should he suffer long-term COVID. I also got it for my parents. My parents, who are both in their 80s, and they are both vaccinated. And yet still, when I'm in their presence, even within their home, I ask them to put on their mask, and I put on my mask. I don't want to infect my family. I don't need that on my heart and on my conscience. Even though they're vaccinated, they are still 80 plus years old. And I don't know how that thing would carry them at 80 plus years old. They say, I saw some reports say a vaccinated 80-year-old would react like a 50-year-old. Well, they would be a 50-year-old with other comorbidities. God forbid, I am the person that comes into their presence and brings the virus to them. So this is why I chose to get vaccinated. The other thing that I hear often in the public forum, I hear it said, so I should also say that for me, of course, I have to be careful for personal reasons because I'm asthmatic and obviously have other comorbidities. The other thing I hear in the public forum when the government says, please get vaccinated, and speaks to the capacity at the hospital and speaks to crashing of the healthcare system, I hear people go, well, what you should do is build a bigger hospital and you need more beds, and why you haven't done that to 18 months in? And you go on and on like this? Why you didn't do this? Why you didn't do that? Well, first of all, before I answer that specific question, and I hear them talking about the failures of successive administrations, y'all don't care, y'all don't care. Well, let me speak first of all for my government. My government, the F&M government, has long recognized the deficiency in the medical system. My government, the F&M government, was the government that built the ICU unit at the Princess Margaret Hospital. So we started 10 years out trying to upgrade that old hospital. This lot, we have already done the emergency block at the hospital, at the PMH. And in the last budget, we allocated for a further new tower to be built. So when you say, what has the government done or this or that, I could speak for what the FNM has done. We have been upgrading that hospital every time we come into office. Every time we come into office. So when you now next say that, please ask what the other side has done. Because what we've done is in the ground out there. What we've done is in the ground out there. Now, when you say, well, why is it that you borrowed all this money? You should have built a new hospital to take care of the COVID patients. You know, it's not just about beds. If you build a new hospital, first of all, the money involved, but you need to have the doctors to staff it. You need to have the nurses to staff it. It's not just about building a bed. So even if you put down hundreds more beds, where's the staff for this? Then we only have one lung specialist in the country. That's Dr. Kevin Moss. How is it that we speak of these things like when you bill it, there'll be somebody right there to take care of the patients? It's not just as simple as what is being suggested. And the doctors and nurses who render care, in particular the doctors who render care in PMH, are the same doctors who go up and do it at doctors. How many hours? There are only 24 hours in a day. So how many hours is that person supposed to run back and forth? And let's say we could put down 1,000 beds. How can those same doctors tend them? I suppose when I go to social media, I will next hear, well, you got to go recruit the doctors and bring them. Do you realize there's a worldwide pandemic? You just don't go out and get a doctor today. Every country is looking for doctors and nurses. Then you speak to what you should have done with the money borrowed. When you say you borrowed all this money, you should have had a new hospital. Okay. Well, tell me, were you going to take some from the food program? Were you going to take some from the social services program? Were you going to take some from the rent program? Were you going to take some from the small business assistance program? Were you going to take some from buying the medical drugs and stuff, the remdesivir, which you need to care for the sick? Were you going to cut some civil servants to make up this money? You see, I wanted to come in here and have a really practical, real talk. Because while I sit silently outside, because I really don't want to get no big, long, drawn-out argument, the people who really don't want to hear you. No matter what you say, they don't want to hear you. They just want to row back. But while in here, I could say what's on my heart and on my chest. I can get it off. But when you say these things, I can tell you something plain right here. You say these things, and they are relatively empty because you spout it into the air. But as you spout it into the air, you don't actually say how you would do it. You don't say how you would do it. Just spout. I sound so smart. Just good. Well, tell me the next time you write that to me in a post, or the next time you put it on social media, tell me where you would cut the money from to have already built the hospital. And tell me the doctor you would bring here. Tell me the nurses you would find. Tell me these things. Otherwise, what you say to me is empty. And I ask all of you in the public to think about those things. Because when people talk to you, just how you all say, make it make sense, tell them, make it make sense. Now listen, I say all of that. But as I say to you, it's your choice. It's your choice. It's your choice. It's your choice. I hope you understand that this government said, it's your choice. But we ask you to get vaccinated. We have laid out our reasons why we said you should get vaccinated. But it's your choice. This government has said we will not mandate vaccines because it's your choice. And I have to say this, one last thing. Clearly, I'm pro-vaccine, and I'm pro-vaccine not because it's a government position. I'm pro-vaccine by choice. But I have to say this, what amazes me in one of the lines of argument is, it's an experimental vaccine. It's not approved by this one or the next one. I've seen very notable, well-known persons in our community say that. I've seen very notable, well-known persons, sadly, become ill. But I've also seen very notable, well-known persons not hesitate to take remdesivir. Look upon remdesivir. Guess what? It's not approved by the FDA for the uses. But I didn't see anybody say, don't stick don't put that experimental drug in me. Don't do it. Hey, I don't know what that is. When you have that COVID, guess what? That same experimental argument that you be running around here with, fix me up, doc. Y'all need to really think through, It's really, and anyway, there's so much you could say, because I wonder if the FDA has approved skin bleaching claims. I wonder, as we contaminate our livers. I didn't hear anybody say, where's the FDA approval for this skin bleach? I didn't hear anybody say, where's the FDA approval for my skinny tea?
You gotta be careful.
Anyway, people, this is serious business.
Yes, it is.
I'm only telling you why I made the choice that I made. I sincerely hope that more of you will consider the science. I hope that more of you will then take the vaccine. And I continue to pray for my country. I continue to pray for us as a people and for the world. And I think I should say, because I spoke passionately, that whatever your choice, I respect you for your choice. I ask you to respect me for mine. There are many reasons why you may still decide against the vaccine. And no matter what and where we are in this discussion, I ask that we respect each other and continue to wish each other well. For all of you who have not taken the vaccine and who still will not, I pray God for you. I pray that you have made the right choice. I mean that genuinely. For all of us who have taken the vaccine, I pray God that we've done the right thing and that over long term we don't see any effects. And I'd like to have the confidence to think that we are all doing that for each other, because this is the kind of argument that neither side should want to be right on. We shouldn't want to be right and stand up and point and say, see, I tell you don't take that vaccine. Look at you now, you got a horn growing out of your head. Or whatever. Look at you now, you can't have no children. You shouldn't want to ever have to point at me and say that, or at anyone that took it. And similarly, God knows from the bottom of my heart, I don't want to look at anybody and say, see, you should have taken the vaccine. There's no winner in this argument. Let us love one another. I shouldn't have to say that I don't like to have this conversation in public because of how people rear up in my face. That's not good. I should be able to express without people rearing up in my face. When you tell me you don't want to take the vaccine, I don't rear up in your face. I don't rear up in your face. I don't have anything to say to you about it. Let us respect one another. So, like all of those before me, and despite what the leader of opposition business would have said, I encourage us as a people and as people charged with governing this nation to unite in this fight, to be sincere in our efforts to control the spread of this virus. Before I wrap, I can't, it's not often I get to follow the leader of opposition business. I think the most diplomatic way I can have anything to say on what he would have said is that I make no comment on today's ads, but my family has been on the receiving end of attack ads all of my life. All of my life. The most disgusting, vile stuff from the opposite side. And I'm going to say this here. Since I became a senator, the most vile one that I saw came right after I said my views on why the state of education is what it is in the country today. The next morning, I was hit with photographs of my father, who suffers from Alzheimer's, asking him to answer a math problem. Let's talk about low. Let's talk about low. My father isn't the only person that suffers from Alzheimer's in this nation, but that's where they went. That's where they went. There was no election pending. I am not a candidate. I am still not a candidate. The amount of things, my mother has been out of politics from 2002 to this day. To this day. I bet if you turn on a particular radio show, You will hear all manner of the most disgusting commentary. To stand up here and to pretend that you don't know what originates from the other side is most disturbing. I don't say that to say it should continue, but I do say that to say let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. And please don't pretend to be holier than thou. My parents are in their 80s, retired off of the front line. My father from 1997, my mother from 2002. I don't think I need to say much more, but it's disingenuous at best. So, I pray, people, that we can unite on something that is for the health and welfare of our nation. I support the extension of the emergency orders without qualification. And I would only say to the Bahamian people that I think the government has demonstrated that those powers are used as conservatively as possible. I think I can also assure the Bahamian people that the Prime Minister takes no joy in having to put any restrictive measures on the people. The fact that we would embrace that as a thought, sometimes I look at it and I shake my head. He would have to be the greatest sadist that ever existed, because all he gets whenever he tries to do it is kick and kick and kick and kick and kick. Nobody's saying thank you. I don't know why anybody would think somebody would enjoy that or want that. Let me lay down and let me extend some emergency orders so y'all could kick me up in my head and in my teeth. I like it. It's a nonsense. I support the extension of the emergency orders. Of course, I'm saddened that it is necessary. Like everyone else, I'm ready for COVID to be gone. But as Senator Mitchell did say, we're going to have to live with this for time to come. And there are going to be times that we have to tighten up, and there are going to be times that we can release. That's just the way, sadly, it is. But we have to manage it as best we can. I ask the people to be patient with us. Not with us, with this virus. Be patient. Let us not go the way of those countries which Senator Mitchell would have listed. First of all, the pressures that exist in those countries do not exist on us here. We have not sought to lock us down for the better part of 8 or 9 months. The pressures are not the same. And so let us continue to work together so that we can come as close to normalcy as possible. God bless the Bahamas, and thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. Just a few words to close out. First, I wish to congratulate all senators on the quality of their presentations, and acknowledge that though there is, we have a difference between us and the opposition about how we help to protect the Bahamian people. I don't believe that anyone on either side of this table does not want to help to protect the Bahamian people. Unfortunately, the opposition seemed to paint a picture that if we get rid of the emergency orders, then suddenly it'll all be la la land. and everybody be happy, happy, happy. Unfortunately, that is simply not the case, and simply not, as we say in law, practicable. Practical, I guess the aim is to say. In fact, I know the opposition would wish to create the impression in the mind of the voting public that somehow they can make all of these, what do they call them, suspensions on civil liberties go away if they were to be elected, and it'll all be happy land again, and we'll be back to normal. We can get together in the bars and take our cocktails and go to parties and shake it all up and go to the disco, and it will not happen. No matter what the legal regime is, whether it's constitutional or under the Constitution, it will not happen. And it is disingenuous. I think that's the word we've been hearing around here a lot today. For people to suggest or imply that if you vote for me, we'll be in happy land again. Even the leader opposite had to, in passing, at least concede the reality. COVID-19 is with us for a long time. Any responsible government will have to have in their possession the arsenal of weapons to assist. Part of that is vaccines, part of that is persuasion, but another aspect of it is once you've given the guidance on what is needed to be done to protect yourself as an individual, the ability to enforce such rules of conduct. And any suggestion by members opposite that somehow they can have necessary and safe behavior to protect this nation as a whole from this now apparently endemic contagion without a legal framework to enforce where necessary compliance is disingenuous in the extreme. Even this bill, if enacted, will arm the government with the necessary powers under the Constitution, yes, to suspend civil liberties, where to do so is justifiable in the circumstances and proportionate to the threat being challenged, being addressed. There is not any time in the foreseeable future where we're going to be back in happy land, where we were before March of 2020. And every doctor, including some in here, knows that as well as I know it. And so, Madam President, it is where we are as a nation. This is where the world is. Some of the most heavily vaccinated countries in the world are dealing with COVID surges because you will get ill. That's clear. But you won't die. You won't crowd up the hospitals. You won't prevent other illnesses in society from receiving proper treatment. Whereas at this stage, that is what is basically beginning to happen because of the amount of COVID patients. It is impacting on the provision of ordinary medical services. So my brother, Senator, Honorable Senator Darville, at the end of the day, we can say anything on our feet here, but we all know what the realities are. And no matter what happens, whenever the election is called, this or similar laws will continue to apply because they must apply if we are to safely navigate this country just as the rest of the world. Some countries have even gone back to states of emergency, having left them, gone back to states of emergency. That's just the reality of where we are. Madam President, I now move that the question now be put.
It has been moved and seconded that the question is that the following resolution has been agreed. Whereas, pursuant to Article 29(1) of the Constitution, the Governor General may make a proclamation of emergency declaring that a state of public emergency exists in the Bahamas for the purposes of the article. And whereas the Governor General made a proclamation of emergency due to the existence of COVID-19 in the Bahamas on the 14th day of May 2021, hereinafter the proclamation. And whereas Article 29(4) of the Constitution provides that a proclamation of emergency ceases to be in place at the expiration of 14 days after the day on which a proclamation is made, or after such longer period as may be provided under Article 29(5). And whereas Article 29(5) of the Constitution provides that a proclamation may continue in force for a further period beginning on the date it would otherwise expire, if at any time while the proclamation is in force a resolution is passed by each House of Parliament approving its continuance in force for a further period not exceeding 6 months. And whereas Parliament, by resolution passed on the 17th day of May 2021, continued the proclamation in force until the 13th day of August 2021. And whereas, having regard to the sustained proliferation of confirmed cases of COVID-19 and the number of deaths continuing to result therefrom, the state of public emergency continues in the Bahamas and is likely to do so beyond the 13th day of August 2021. And whereas, pursuant to Section 3(1) of the Emergency Powers Act, Chapter 13, hereinafter the Act, the Governor General made the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Management and Recovery Regulations 2021 on the 14th day of May 2021. And whereas Section 3(3) of the Act further provides that emergency regulations may empower such authorities and persons as may be specified in regulation made by the Governor General to make orders and rules for any of the purposes for which such regulations are authorized by the Act to be made, and may contain such incidental and supplementary provisions as appear to the Governor General to be necessary or expedient for the purposes of the regulations. And whereas the Governor General in the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Management and Recovery Regulation 2021 empowers the competent authority to make such orders and rules. And whereas the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Management and Recovery Order 2021 and the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Management and Recovery Special Provisions Order 2021 were made by the competent authority on the 16th of May 2021 and extended to the 13th day of August 2021 by the resolution passed by Parliament on the 17th day of May 2021. And whereas it continues to be necessary and expedient for securing the public health, public safety, the defense of the Bahamas, the maintenance of public order, the suppression of mutiny, rebellion, or riot, and for maintaining goods, supplies, and services essential to life, to the well-being of the community, to continue in force the proclamation, the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Management and Recovery Regulations 2021, the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Management and Recovery Number 2 Order 2021, and the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Management and Recovery Special Provisions Order 2021. Now therefore be it resolved that these chambers approves the continuance in force of the proclamation made on the 14th day of May 2021 until the 13th day of November 2021. Affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Management and Recovery Regulations 2021 made on the 14th day of May 2021 until the 13th day of November 2021. Affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Management and Recovery Number 2 Order 2021 made on the 22nd day of June 2021 until the 13th day of November 2021, and affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Management and Recovery Special Provision Order 2021 made on the 16th day of May 2021 until the 13th day of November. The resolution as read. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Nay. The ayes have it. The resolution as presented is passed. So we go back to discharge of select committees as we revert to our agenda. Notice for future meetings.
Madam President, though the House of Assembly has, I believe, adjourned to the 25th of September, it is the usual practice of the Senate to, in a sense, attend on their lordships to see what they do. And then we determine when we're going to meet afterwards. So let me give notice that the Senate on its rising will be adjourned sine die. And let me also, before doing so, on behalf of every senator here, thank every single medical professional, doctor, nurse, auxiliary nurses, all healthcare providers, all support staff, for the valiant service that they continue to give to the Bahamian people in every medical care establishment, hospice, and facilities such as Sandilands. Words cannot express the gratitude of the Bahamian people. And I know that there's been some payments, etc. And I'm sure that in due course, as we move further out of this emergency, more will be done for our professionals to show the deep appreciation that we have for them all. So thank you on behalf of all the senators for everything you do. Yes, Doctor. Oh, yeah, I renew all notices in the name of the government on the agenda, and I give notice of where we will adjourn to.
Thank you, Madam President. I will also like to join the Attorney General. I've said it in my contribution, but I think it's worthwhile saying again that we on this side would like to thank all the frontline workers throughout our country for the execution of such a great gift of love. A lot of people don't realize the danger that is involved, and we sometimes take it for granted. But I know, as a healthcare professional, I know the potential risk, and they are doing an excellent job in our country. And with that being said, Madam President, I also would like to renew the notices on behalf of the opposition.
Thank you. Orders for clerk. Adjournment.
Madam President, I now beg leave to move that the Senate on its rising be adjourned sine die. If I may obtain a seconder.
It has been moved and seconded that the Senate on its rising adjourned sine die. All those in favor, aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Madam President, I now move that the Senate be now adjourned.
The Senate is now adjourned.